I was in the Air Force. I went in the Air Force in May of '75. Ellsworth Air Force Base was my first military base assignment, and this incident happened in '77. I see this glow, and as we round that corner, there sat this object, a sphere, directly over top of November 5 blast door that was the size of a super Walmart building. It came down directly on top of the hood, about 2 inches above the hood, and it sat there for just a second, and then it flew back on Michael Johnson's side. And the whole time, and I'd look over at him, and he was just like, he was bathed in this white blue light, and he was locked onto that steering wheel. I turn to my right, and I hear, not as you and I are talking, in my body, do not fear. You don't know whether to shoot at it, run from it, or mess yourself. Inside the craft, the tall one that hurt me, he wasn't in charge. The female was in charge. But she took me to the examination room, and come to find out, Michael Johnson was in there with me, and he was laying directly opposite to me, so his head was not far from mine, directly behind me. And he goes, we got to talk about what happened. And I said, yeah, I'd love to. And I said, but my wife's here. He goes, he didn't care. And he said, I heard everything. Yeah, Michael Johnson was he was upset that he was in there. I don't know what was done to him, but I suspect it was basically the same thing.
So far, nobody's been able to find Michael Johnson or verify that he even existed. That is, until now. We located Mario's ex-wife, who he was married to at the time of this experience.
I can verify that there was a Michael Johnson. He existed on Mario's shift crew, and he did visit our home.
Well, you've got an incredible story, man. Incredible experience. And I've had Chris Bledsoe on. This rivals Chris Bledsoe's abduction experience for sure.
I'm honored.
Yeah. No,
he stands alone.
Yeah. No, it's incredible what you've been through. But it didn't start when you were 23. Your first experience with observing a
craft.
Yes. A craft was when you were, what, first grade?
That's correct.
Yeah.
D. Queen Elementary in Port Arthur, Texas.
Okay.
Our mother was taking me to school, and my sister was in the back seat behind my mom, and I was in the front seat. Of course, back then, no seat belts or whatever, but we were about the fifth car back in line from the drop-off point, and this school had the street directly in front of it cordoned off or blocked off, and an entire corner across the street from it was a playground. So every morning, that was a meeting place of all the kids from kindergarten to 12th grade, because that's the type of school it was in one building. It's since been redone, and it's a lot larger now. I sat there a few years ago when I was in Port Arthur, and just remembered that day I picked up a rock, a piece of some type of granite or something like that, and it's sitting on my dresser at home because of that day. That's the first time I'd ever been back there, and the feeling I got was very strange. But there were 3 craft directly over a church, which the D. Queen Elementary sits like this. This church sits on the corner, and we were on this road, dead-ended, and here's the playground, and this road teed or went right and left. And they were sitting directly over the steeples of this church, about 25, maybe 50 feet above it. The most beautiful silver white craft I'd ever seen in my life. The lights that rotated around them were synchronized. And I can't really say the colors, but the lights were all synchronized from all 3 craft. And my mother was the first to see them, and she said, "Look, Anthony, there's flying saucers." just like that. And I said, "Where? What?" I remember doing that, and I looked up through the front windshield. Of course, I didn't see them. She goes, "Here," and I bent over and looked up where she was looking out her driver's window, which I think was an Impala. I think it was an Impala Chevrolet we were in, and my sister, she immediately said, "Mom, I'm scared." And my mother said, there's no reason to be scared. They're not here to hurt you. I mean, that's basically what she said. And by that time, she had opened the door and stepped out. And when she did, I just followed her across the seat. And then my sister got out, and we were holding hands. And that mental picture that I took, because they were there long enough where you could think of things like, well, are they going to land, or what are they doing? You know, what is this really? I mean.
And how far away were you?
Oh, we were no more than 40 yards.
Wow.
Not even that, just across a double lane where we were, a double lane road, that little island strip that went down the middle of it, back to where you turned onto that road on DeQueen Boulevard, and then 2 lanes, and then the church was right there on the corner. So they were just above that church. I mean, extremely close. And just that, just the visual of that was just unbelievable, especially at our age. And we were standing there mesmerized, but I turned to my right and I looked, and then the side, we didn't have AC in the school at that time in 61. And the windows were open, and there were people, you know, like older students or teachers pointing out the window, looking right at them. And then I'd scan to the playground, and every eye and every hand was pointing up, looking at them. And they sat there for a good couple of minutes, just that rotating, just that. And the craft weren't rotating, just the lights going around them in synchronized motion. And just in a flash, that instantaneous acceleration just went straight up at the exact same time.
Wow.
As one craft, not 3 craft, but just, I mean, instantaneous. And they literally just got smaller, 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 and gone. Just straight up and out of sight.
Wow.
But the funny part about that, Matt, is that all during the day, it never left my mind. Nobody in that school even talked about it. No kids my age. Nobody mentioned anything about it. And when they left, it was like everything was normal. Like we'd just been checked in upon. Okay, we're accepted, or whatever that means, and they were gone. And
how many kids and how many people in total do you think actually witnessed this?
A couple of hundred, easy. Wow. A couple of hundred.
Wow. And were there conversations in subsequent days and weeks about it?
None that I ever heard. Huh. My mother never said anything.
Wow.
We talked about it at home a little bit, and you're welcome to call my sister. She's right in Dade City. She'd be happy to talk to you about it, because we discuss it quite a bit. And it was just a very strange thing that happened, and my mom just continued to say always, they're not here to hurt you, as if she had some type of idea or something. We didn't even understand what they were. Of course, I honestly believe that, thinking back, I honestly believe that there was a message of some type that was broadcast or something to everybody that was visually watching this. You know, and again, we were in a drop-off zone, and all the cars that were behind us was probably 10 or 12 cars, and then what was in front of us was 5 or 6. So we're just in that drop-off lane. They did have those back then, you know, and all the eyes and all the people that saw those, it's just a tremendous thing, you know, just tremendous.
Any significance with the church in your mind that you can?
I don't know. The church is now gone.
Okay.
But there were 3 steeples, and they were directly over those steeples. And it was I don't even know what type of church it was. I'd never been in it before.
Okay.
And they were just 25 to say 50 feet, if that, above that church. I mean, really the building of DeQueen Elementary, the height of the building, I can't remember how many stories it was at the time. Those 3 saucers were probably below the roof line. That's how low they were. And what was the school? Maybe 4 or 5 stories, perhaps. I'm not really sure at this point, but a CGI artist, Ben Hanley, he did a recreation of that, and he pretty much nailed it. And I've got that somewhere I can get to you.
I'd like to see that. Yeah. I was going to ask if you could, like, potentially before you leave today, just draw a quick sketch of them.
Oh,
I'd love to understand the proportions and kind of, you know.
There is on Cosmosis that was aired not long ago. That's where that was inserted.
Okay.
And we worked on that for probably about a week back and forth. He's in the UK, and we discussed it quite a bit, and he's really, really a great guy, and that's what he does for a living for many people.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he told me I could keep that, but I don't know where it went. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
but he did, maybe on. I think I know where it is.
How big would you estimate that they were?
I'd say between 30 and 50 feet in diameter.
Okay.
I would just guess that.
That's pretty typical. What
Yeah.
people usually say 45 feet, if they can.
Yeah, 30 and a 50, that gives you a 20-foot variance. So,
Yeah.
Somewhere in that, I mean, the whole idea and the whole visual aspect of it is just so mind-boggling. It's hard to get an idea of
Right.
if it's true with it. I wish I had something else to measure it by. At 6 years old, 5 years
Right.
old, 1961.
Yeah.
I was born in 55.
Your mom, she called you Anthony?
Yeah, that's my middle name.
Your middle name.
Right.
Okay. And she seemed to have a sense of peace about her.
Oh,
it
she
seemed
absolutely did.
Just
She had
total
a
acceptance of.
complete understanding of it.
Yeah.
She said, they're not here to hurt you. They're not here to hurt you.
Where do you think that came from?
I have no idea.
Okay.
She was born in Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
Okay.
And one of many children in that family at the time. Children or families of old had many children, and she came from one of those families. But it was as if it was expected by her. And I believe she told my dad when he came back from sea, because he was a merchant seaman, a chief engineer with Texaco. Well, he wasn't with Texaco yet. He was, have you ever heard of the Marine Sulphur Queen that was in Charles Berlitz's book that sank near Dry Tortugas, so I guess south of Miami?
I don't think so.
It was the first ship I ever went on in my life, and they docked one of the ports of call, or their main port was Port Arthur. That's why we lived there.
Okay.
A lot of times, engineers, captains, and that type of thing, they'll live in the generalized port of where they ship in and out of. And that's what we were doing there. And then when my father got an offer from Texaco, we moved to Tampa and spent our lives there. But that was the first vessel I ever went on as a boy and at that age period. And, of course, it went down with all hands lost. And I do have a photo that's an 8x10 black and white that my father hand-built a model ocean liner on that vessel, and it was about as long as your couch and about 2.5 feet high. And there's handmade propellers, a pool on the rear deck. It had, being that he traveled worldwide, he had furniture made in Japan, this small-scale furniture. And the whole bridge area and the superstructure part of the vessel could be removed. And there was all electronic, like drives and what could power it. But, I mean, that was so far in front of radio control, which I'm into today, that is phenomenal. And I wish I could find it. An attorney, I think when they destroyed the National Maritime Union Hall in Tampa, it was on display there. He put it on display, and then when he was in his car accident, we never went to get it. So I understand it went to New York and was on display in a Union Hall there. It's called the Margaret Jean after my mother. And then an attorney in Tampa got his hands on it, and I've never been able to trace it any further than that. And I'd love to get it back. Whatever it would cost, I would love to get it. I do have a picture of it, and I'll show it to you before I depart. And it lit up, it had lights in it and everything. It was just a beautiful. I mean, it could literally be in here. I mean, it was with what you have here. It's just that beautiful. But going back to that vessel, if I may, that was the first one I ever went on in my life. And she sailed, my dad got off of it, and he had two cousins that stayed aboard. And I don't know what their jobs were. And it sailed, and then, 3 days later, she sank in Dry Tortugas, south of Miami. And the only part that's ever found of her was part of the nameplate is on the center superstructure of the vessel. It said Marine SULF. And it's in Charles Berlitz's book. It sank under very mysterious conditions as well. It was hauling sulfur. So you know how volatile sulfur can be. And if it caught on fire, I mean, they never found nothing of this vessel. If it did erupt in flames, I mean, literally it could have burned hot enough in the ocean for droplets, just like Hershey droplets, just to drop out of the hull and burn the whole thing up, I guess. But maybe one day we'll find it. But that always bothered my father for that. When that ship, he took that model off then and brought it home to us. And I remember it fitting in the back seat of what other kind of car made back then could put a 6-foot model in the back seat to bring it home.
Yeah, there's been.
I love that thing though.
There a lot of times within families that they often experience paranormal or UFO phenomenon across generations.
Yes.
And I think that it's just being open-minded, just genetically to experience that, and that's why I asked about your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your mom potentially heard stories from your dad.
And he told me as well. Yes.
Yeah.
I never paid much mind to it. Being young, I'd never seen anything like that. But undersea objects, and half of a 29-man crew witnessed these things under the water, traveling at great speeds, and. On one occasion, one came up out of the water like half a mile away and was very large and went straight up and out of sight. But in his home of Banaca, Honduras, where he was born and raised, he used to tell me he told me a couple of times that him and his cousins, or perhaps his brothers, he had many of them, saw a tall, light-skinned, red-headed man in a white robe floating through the jungle. I laughed at him. I didn't think nothing about it, and they were very quiet, not to disturb, because they feared him, or they didn't want him to know that they were there when they saw him, and then he just vanished. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it was always the talk of caves, and there were things inside caves, and there are ruins there that no one's ever excavated, and I just find that amazing, what's there. So I've never been, but I've just been told, So, but yes, he sure did. He told my mother of that, and many, many times.
Yeah.
And people that would come to our house, there was one guy named Robert Bush. I'll never forget him. He always brought me something from wherever his travels took him, and usually it was on a ship with my father. But he always brought me something. He didn't have a son of his own. And, he spoke of things coming out of the ocean that they would see. Yeah, we all saw it, and that dialect or that accent that he had was just unreal. And I really never paid much attention to any of it until later years in life.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So where are you from? Where were you born?
Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, my father, he had 3 tugboats, and had a towing service. And from what I understand, I was very young, and a hurricane came through and sank all 3 tugs.
Really?
So
wow.
We moved from there. I was born there. We moved from there to Port Arthur, and then he went to work for that company that owned that Marine Sulphur Queen, and became chief engineer on board. And we spent most of our time there, and then. It was like 62, I believe. Yeah.
You were born in 1950? 55. Okay.
Yes, sir. September of 55.
Okay.
So we moved from Port Arthur to Tampa after the Marine Sulphur Queen episode was put behind him. And it was just a few months later we moved from there. And I didn't want to really go to Florida. I love Texas, and I love Port Arthur, and I've been back there several times, and I'm glad I came to Florida. Not saying anything, but it's a small town that's most of it's all oil ridden, and it's where it all comes from. It's a breadbasket of that production. Great people, great food, everything.
So you were in Florida. You went to high school in Florida.
I did. I went to high school not only in Florida, but in Long Beach, California, also.
Okay,
and. I think on my Q clearance paperwork, I had 41 addresses, during my time before my clearance started, which took quite some time to go through.
Okay.
And that was at Pinellas plant in Largo, Florida.
Okay.
As a security inspector there.
Okay. And so what made you get interested in working where you ended up having this experience, this abduction experience? You a missile
I was in the Air Force.
Okay.
Went in the Air Force in May of 75, and this incident happened in 77. Ellsworth Air Force Base was my first military base assignment. And if I may say that these launch control facilities are not on the main support base. They are everywhere. There's 15 total launch control facilities where there's 6 cops, 4 officers, facility manager, and a cook. Everybody rotates in and out of there every 4th day in the morning. So you say a full 3 days and you're off. You get into 4th day, where you have 6 security policemen, 4 officers, a chief cook, and a facility manager. So you manage any and everything concerning the operation of those missiles, the responses to those missiles. You just keep everything secure. You do LF checks, lighting, fencing, road checks, suspicious activities, anything like that. But I really enjoyed it, and I think one of the coolest things about South Dakota, well, first, you had to understand that you are, after all your training in technical school, your combat training and everything that you go through, heavy weapons school, you really, if you've never experienced a ICBM missile in the ground, and who has, not many, to see one of these things in a silo, to go down inside, the way in which to get down in it, which takes an act of God, and many people, not any one person can ever do that. So I just want to make that, make that fact clear. Not one person, not me or my partner. That's why, in the nuclear program, it's a no lone zone. That means there's always 2 of you, at least, to detect any wrongdoing or anything like that, which is a great securing thought, when what happened or what happens or could happen. But you just don't have access in any time by yourself. You don't have the codes for everything. You have a piece of the puzzle every time, and it takes other people to operate the other portions of it to get where you need to go. But after you come to grips with there you go. That's an ICBM. That's a 1.2 megaton weapon.
You mentioned we've only actually launched one of those.
One has only been launched out of a silo at any military base, and that was at November 2.
In American history. And it was a dummy that we launched, and we just launched it in 1962.
Correct. They just wanted to make sure that it would fly out of the silo.
Right.
So that was 1962 at November 2 at Ellsworth Air Force Base. So I thought that was a great piece of history. I never knew that, and found that out, and I just thought it tremendous.
So November 2, so explain what the Novembers mean.
Oh, it's just a phonetic alphabet. You have Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Kilo, Delta, Echo, Oscar flight. You have Mike flight, November flight. You have all these different flights. All the launch control facilities are each a phonetic alphabet name assigned, numeric name assigned, like November 1. That's November control. Kilo 1 is kilo control. Mike 1 is Mike control. Everything's different, and all the sites associated, which are 10, associated with that launch control facility, is all in that same nomenclature, like November 2, November 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, for instance.
Okay.
So it's all interlaced with, the northern ready response missile capability in the Northwest, where you have Maelstrom, you have Minot, North Dakota, and you had Ellsworth and F.E. Warren. And, of course, then you have strategic air wings also, not just the missiles. So we supported B-52 bombers as well as the Minuteman missiles. So I think they have B-2 Lansings, Ryan and I were talking about last night. I think that's what they are, B-2 Lansings. They're beautiful aircraft. I think one crashed not long ago in Box Elder, flying into at Ellsworth.
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but
Maelstrom was another
Montana
experience with Robert Salas.
Salas, yes,
Yep.
yes.
And so there's been a number of these experiences
Absolutely.
over these nuclear facilities and nuclear sites. Yeah. So
many things have been seen that never been reported.
Right.
Also, there's other people that have had experiences that have never come forward.
Yeah.
And I wish, again, my partner was Michael Johnson, and we are still searching for Michael Johnson. I don't know his middle name. I don't know his Social Security number. He told me he was from Chicago, Illinois, and he was a single guy living in the barracks. and a real nice, well-spoken individual. He was my team leader that night, outranked me by about 2 months, and I knew the area, and he was working vacation relief for my partner that went to North Carolina to get married. And I just met him that previous day at the SATAF building, which is our area of our meeting place, and where we do a guard mount there where all the flights associated with the changeover meet, so we get special instructions or anything that could be going on, or which back then there was a few things happening at the time. There was a few security threats, and of course most of it was coming from, across the ocean, but sometimes internally, as we had then, with it was the American Indian movement, and there was some things going on that were not good. So we would be briefed of those things that were happening.
So is that basically everything that you know about Michael Johnson? I mean, how tall was he?
He was 5'11".
Okay.
Yeah, 5'10", 5'11", maybe 175 pounds.
Okay.
Built very well.
I'd like to try to find him as well. We can usually find people, but he sounds like you've had a lot of people looking for this guy. I mean,
a lot of money's been spent trying to find him.
Yeah, you've got Arrow's looking for this guy, which doesn't give me a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Arrow is looking for him, and I was told by the investigator that interviewed me that we will reach out and locate him. And that was in 23.
Nothing.
I've got nothing back from them at all.
Do you think it's possible that he was eliminated, that his records were erased, or that
I honestly do not know.
Yeah.
I can't even get my records from that whole incident, especially the medical records.
Yeah, because you've had medical issues that occurred because of this experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you're receiving disability from that?
Yeah, but they didn't associate it with what I saw at all.
Okay.
It was like lower back issues and that kind of thing. I did get tossed out of a deuce-and-a-half truck one time, leaving a range with a bunch of other guys, and two of us fell out of the back of this truck because the driver came from the motor pool, didn't know what he was doing, and we just left the Cooney Range at Osan Air Base, or north of Osan Air Base, going back to the base, and he turned a corner really hard in an open, rear-ended deuce-and-a-half truck. There's about 15 of us back there.
Wow.
And it has a small rear tailgate on it, and I was sitting at the very end, and the other guy was sitting at the very end of the bench seating that's in there.
Yeah.
And this guy turned a quick corner, and these vehicles are turbocharged, or were back then, and still are. And luckily, we were the last vehicle in line because he just slung us out. And I had my M16 strapped across my back, with the barrel down facing this direction. And I landed so hard that it bent the barrel. So ruined that weapon, so that had to be written up and everything. But so anyway, associated with lower back problems. But nowhere in their medical research or determinations is there a box to check, for phenomenon like this. And it just blows their mind. They just, the evaluator wouldn't let me look at the computer screen because it did reference burns on my hand, on the back of my hand and on my face after seeing a craft that next morning.
Yeah. Let's get right into it. Let's describe the experience and exactly what happened for people. And
sure,
I think it's important. I know you've done it before, but I want to get into some of the details.
It's always a little bit different, but sometimes I just find better explanations than others. But it started at about 9:15 p.m. On our first night out. We just gotten out there that day, and I was on the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, as was Michael Johnson, and assigned as my team leader. So we were fully clothed, ready to go. Matter of fact, when I got up at 5 o'clock that morning to go to base before we ever arrived at the missile site, I'd been up that whole time. And I didn't even meet Michael at guard mount in this ATAF building. I didn't meet him until he got on the bus with the rest of us, and he was coming to November Control. So then I found out that he was going to be my team leader while we were traveling, which was it's about 55 miles from Ellsworth Air Force Base at November 1. And so we talked a little bit there, and really not even about where he's from or anything like that, just general information. But he was from another flight, and had normally worked the 66 area, which is down by the Badlands, for instance. And everything was good. I said, well, I know the area like the back of my hand, so that all felt really good. And he was going to be out there the 3 days with me in that assignment. So we got there. I played ping pong, and there was a gym. We had a little gym set up back then at November Control, which I set it up. You know, pull-ups, push-ups, all that kind of stuff, hanging on a wall. We used to hang upside down, do upside-down push sit-ups and stuff.
You were in crazy shape.
I love doing. Yeah, I could run through that wall right there, fast. But yeah, I played tennis for about 35 years. But even with a lower back problem, it didn't.
There you are. Yep.
Oh, and that's in Korea, by the way. That's at Osan Air Base, and that was a pretty cool thing. So it's as we arrived at the site and got oriented and put we carry a ditty bag, and it's got all your stuff in it, you know, your change of clothes and whatever you think you need while you're out there for those 3 days. And you get pretty well used to what you have to have. And you know what's going to go quickly, and you know what's going to be changing fast and that kind of stuff. So we share a bedroom with the off-going and the on-duty teams. You know, there were bunk beds in our room. And these missile sites are set up very nice. They're not. I don't know what people picture of them, but they're in the middle of nowhere on a prairie. They're hardened facilities, at least below ground they are, and very, very defensible, I should say, which is a plus for us. I mean, even though the whole area is fenced in and electronic gate operated, and we have eyes pretty much everywhere. And I think the perimeter lights are like 2.5 feet in diameter, and that's between, I thought, 12 to 14 of them. When I went to November 1 back in 23, I didn't count that many at November Control. I think there were 8, but it seemed like some were removed, and that had been taking place since they were, you know, the whole missile area of at Ellsworth was decommissioned, and I think in 91 or 92. So all those sites are returned to the original owners, which had been leased from these ranchers that own. I don't know what the cost was, but for this, where the missile sites were, like November 5, everything was removed. The underground soft support building, the silos, and all that were detonated inward and then backfilled. And then the back at the launch control facility, where the officers in the capsule underground, all that equipment was stripped out, and that was all backfilled with cement. I think there's a few people that are trying to turn those into like Airbnbs or something like that, and trying to dig that the whole elevator, a shaft down to the capsule itself, which is usually about 60 to 70 feet deep. There you go. And I've been in those, and that's a very strange feeling to have that plug or that door that you can move with 2 fingers. It's so well balanced. You can stand outside that door. I wish they'd show it. If you ever get a chance to go to Delta 1, which is the active museum that exists in, I think it's Cottonwood, South Dakota, which is just to the east of Ellsworth. Doesn't take long to get there, but the waiting list is like 2 years to get in there. There's a sign painted on the outside of, there you go. There's a sign. You can't see the full thickness of that door, but you get an idea there.
Big ass door.
If that door was closed at Delta 1, it says Domino's guaranteed delivery 30 minutes or less than the second one's, or the second one's free. Well, it directly relates to what's in the ground out there. And it's there. And understand, when they painted it on there, they got Domino's pizza for free for like 4 years. It's still there today.
That's perfect.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Nice.
It is a big, huge deterrent.
Yeah.
Believe me, nobody wants to tangle with those, because we can put our missiles where we want them, where others had to build bigger because they couldn't hit where they wanted. So they thought that bigger size would encompass the destruction which they were seeking. There you go.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's hilarious.
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it, Ryan? I heard him laughing in there.
That's perfect. It's perfect.
Yep, worldwide delivery, 30 minutes or less.
Yep.
Minuteman.
So
your next one is free.
So what are you doing? Like, paint the picture of when you
Okay.
first see the object.
All right, yeah, I'll go back to that. I'm sorry we got
all
off
good.
on that.
No, that was perfect. That was perfect.
So it was about just a few minutes after 9 p.m. and Bill Holloman was a flight security controller, and of course I had Michael Johnson with me, and we were sitting in the day room. And I think the flight chief, or no, not flight chief, but the facility manager was sitting there watching some TV, and he had a very nice room. All the rooms there are extremely nice. The restrooms are nice. You got a chief cook there that can just do it up, and a superb kitchen area and a little dining area for us. And we had all kinds of books and board games and that kind of thing. So it was
Total
very
number
nice.
of people. Total number of people there was.
You had 6 security police officers. You had a facility, 6 security police officers, 4 officers, 2 on duty, 2 off duty. So that's 10. You had a facility managers, 11, and a site cook. That's 12.
Perfect.
So, and everybody did their job very well. I have seen rank pulled on butt cans, however, in the bad wintertime. So it was a few minutes after 9, and I just felt like stretching my legs. It was between 9 and 13 degrees outside. It had been a previous like blizzard or a winter storm, and it was some snow on the ground, a couple of foot of snow, 1 or 2 feet. And the snow there is very different. It's not like snow you say in North Carolina or what we just had in Brunswick, Georgia. Well, we mostly had ice, but like Savannah and so forth had a wetter snow that you could make a snowball out of. There's no humidity, and it's like talcum powder, and you have to be very careful. If you step off of something, say, for instance, a blaster on a missile site, when you're doing a strike, that's a response to a site. That snow can be 5 or 6 feet thick, and you step off of it thinking the snow is going to hold your weight, and you just go through it like powder. I mean, it's very scary, and it happened to me one time. But anyway, I walked outside. It was just a few minutes after 9 p.m. And this whole high-level prairie area that's what it is all the way to North Dakota and all the way to Wyoming, all the way to Montana. It's buffalo running territory. And it's up over, 5,000 feet, I believe. And I just stepped outside and smoked a cigarette when I did that then, and the facility lights are on, and everything's just really nice and normal. And I just happened to look to my right at about a 30-degree angle on the horizon, which it was plenty dark, and I see this crazy bright light. And immediately I thought, oh, that's a B-52 bomber. They're out here running low-level sorties, which they did sometimes. And it was usually 2 aircraft. It wasn't one by itself. It was usually 2. And they would do these low-level, like 300-foot sorties, I guess, training at night, which I just found so cool to watch that. And it was as if the front, I don't know if you've ever seen landing lights like on a 747 or something come in. They're extremely bright. They're not that big in diameter, but they're extremely bright. And when I saw it, it just drew curiosity because it wasn't moving, as I'm going to say, north to south or right and left. I thought it was coming at me. So I kept waiting, 5, 10, 20 seconds to hear the sound of those engines, because there's nothing that sounds like a B-52 bomber. Nothing. No commercial, no anything else. They have a particular sound of their own. And I was hoping I could get a wing wave, because you're trained to do some things like that and how to communicate with aerial craft such as helicopters and low-flying aircraft if you have to give signals on the ground and so forth. And so I'm just standing there, like I said, and it seemed to be, I'm going to say 5 to 7 miles away. And I only guessed that because of the size of the light I was looking at. And it was there long enough to where I took my hand and I kept thinking, what is that? There were stars out, but nothing like that. And the diameter of it looked to me to be 4 to 8 inches, perhaps, from the location I was standing in and from the distance I was standing in, which was very big, really, if you're talking about something that far away. So I took my fist and I put it in the air and I held my hand up. Well, it covered the light, the illumination from what I could see. But if I made a fist, then the circumference of that light was around my fist was smaller than that. And I kept thinking, well, what kind of light is that? And I'm looking for the moon. I'm looking around. I'm like, there was something very strange about it, and it was of a intensity that was not usual. Not like these lights, or not like lights of that time, incandescent lights. It wasn't anything like that. It was extremely bright, and anybody going down Highway 79, or those people that lived in Newell, population at that time was 230 people, anybody could have seen that. Anybody. And on the other side of it, I think, which was Oscar territory, across Highway 79, there was a few sites over there.
Has anybody else come out and said that they saw it that night from the town, or that you've talked to?
When we filmed out there in, I want to say 2023, 22, 21, excuse me. I've done so much, I try to keep a running record of it. But
you do great, man. I don't know how you keep it all.
It gets a little bit dicey, but...
you got a great memory.
Well, thank you. Other people have told me that, but, for me, it's just natural. I try to take pictures of wherever I go mentally so I don't forget things. And just like what you have around you here, I'll never forget these faces, ever, ever. Or you.
Thank you.
Welcome in. But so as I did that with my hand, I thought, well, that is a very strange plane. Never thought anything else other than that. So that's a strange aircraft. So the thought just popped in my mind. I said, I'd sail with my father at sea when I was young a couple of times. I just go on as a guest. You can't do that today, but back then you could. And I thought, well, I've seen ships, signal each other, or been shown that they do that at sea to identify a sister ship or whatever, or a passing or what have you. I've seen them do it in Tampa Bay when I did work for a Norwegian shipping company for a while. And that used to just further that, for me, because I'd go up on the bridge and see what they could do. And it was amazing. But so I thought, well, I'm going to go inside. I'm going to do something. I just thought to flip the facility lights at it. And that's what I did. I went in. Bill Holloman was on the phone. He was talking to his wife in Rapid City. And I said, Bill, there's something in the air out here. I said, come out here and take a look at it. I said, it's real bright. I said, I don't know if it's an aircraft or what it is, And he just went like that. He was on the phone, corded phone to his wife in Rapid City. And super nice guy. He was from North Carolina. Love the North Carolina guys, man. I would always somehow end up with people from North Carolina and love it. My mother was from there too, so I don't know if that's special, but it is to me. And so the switch that controlled all the security lights was right on the wall behind him. Matter of fact, right next to the door that is opened electronically for the capsule crew to go in and perform their relief downstairs and come back, and other guys come back up. So I just reached up and I just flipped the light switch. It controlled everything. Blip, 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 3 times, 4 times. And I just stopped and boogied outside real quick, was right out of his office and to the left and right out the main door. And I looked straight up at that thing. About 10 or 15 seconds passed. And all of a sudden it just went off, went on, went off, went on, went off, went on. And it stayed on. I was like, that's an airplane. That's got to be a plane. It never got closer or went north, south, or anything.
So it was just hovering there.
It was just there.
Yeah.
It was just like it was stationary. I almost thought, well, that's got to be a star, or it can't be the moon.
Yeah.
The moon doesn't shine like that, and you can see the moon. There's no question about that. And
so total time from when you saw it to when it was no longer at that. Right there where it was hovering, how long would you say it was there?
8-10 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So I went back inside because it was still there.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, Michael, I said, come out here and check this out. And he didn't really answer me. And I told Bill, I said, you got to come see this. I flipped the facility lights at it. And I said, and it flipped the lights back. He just went like this again. And I said, Michael, come on out here, So I went back out there, I flipped the lights again at it. Off, on, off, on,
These
off,
NPCs,
on.
Man.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And so I did all that, and I told Michael, I said, come on, man. So I went back out the door, 20 feet to the door, and kind of over to the right a little bit. I've stood in that very same place again. when I was out there. And it was a 45-second lull, and all of a sudden it as Michael came out the door, and I said, look at this, man, because I heard him come out the door. I said, look at this, and it went off, went on, went off, and went on. And he walked up to me, and I said, what do you think that is? I said, that's the second time I flipped the lights at it, and it's done that very same thing. He says, I don't know, man. He goes, whatever. It was just, and he said that to me 3 times that night. And I'll never forget that because it was so nonchalantly said, if that's the proper word, that really bothered me.
Just dismissive.
Yeah, it just meant something to me. And Bill Holloman, when I went back in for the 3rd time, I said, man, you got to come see this. I need your opinion on what this is. And he just looked up at me and didn't say anything. And I flipped the lights at it again. And I took off back out the door. And Michael Johnson, he came back in. He didn't. He just said that, whatever, man, and he came on back in.
Yeah. And
so
this is why I think potentially it's genetic, like where people either have the ability to have these experiences like you've had, or they don't have the ability to have the experiences that you've had. Because if something doesn't fit into the reality that someone has created for themselves, they're just going to hand wave it. They're just going to make up excuses and say it didn't happen. Even if they see something. I was talking to a guy that saw an object in the sky that looked like a satellite that was flying in the sky, and it made a 90-degree turn and went in a completely different direction. And you know what he says? He's like, I think my memory is probably just wrong. Like just dismissing the entire experience, as opposed to like just wonder and awe about what this thing could have been. And I feel like it's a big part of like the problem with the stigma of the topic, that so many people, because it doesn't fit into reality, just dismiss the possibility of something that we don't understand, And
there's something
for you,
to that.
For you to dive deep into this and to have the courage to tell the story and to explain what you saw is extraordinarily admirable. So I really just want to applaud you for having that courage and coming on. I mean, you know what you saw.
Yeah, yes, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no doubt.
Yeah.
One thing that really gets me was how should I say it? The size of that light was the strangest thing to be in the atmosphere. I mean, to be off the ground, and I just couldn't put my mind around what was there. And UFO or anything like that still never really registered to me at all. I just found it interesting, really interesting. And on that 3rd time after doing those signals again, when it went off, it didn't come back on. And I guess it was about 9:30 or so, somewhere right in there. And I just said, well, I guess the show's over. And I remember saying that to myself, I guess the show's over. And I walked back in kind of befuddled on what I had just gone through, witnessed, and the people I told. And Michael Johnson's sitting in the day room now. He's watching one of 3 channels. It's all that was available by antenna back then. So I just picked up a board game or a book or something and started reading and really not saying anything about it. It was just one of those things you just didn't talk about. Because other instances like that have occurred in those missile fields, not just at Ellsworth, but at Minot, at F.E. Warren, at Maelstrom. And I know people that have told me of instances that they have seen craft in those locations. So I came in and sat down and just did my thing and didn't really think about it too much. And it was about 12:05. I heard the alarm phone, the alert phone, which is direct from the capsule crew downstairs, ring in Bill Holloman's office. And it makes a noise. It's one of those, you got to pick it up or it's going to continue like that. And it's loud. And so I was just sitting right there in the day room, and I popped up, and as I walked in, which wasn't far from the day room to the FSC's office, was maybe 15 feet, 20 max. And I heard him say, sit for at November 5. Well, that was an unusual alert or alarm.
What does that mean?
Because it's a two-pronged alarm. It's an above-ground alarm and a below-ground alarm. So there are two different things going on there.
Sit for.
It stands for situation, and you have direct guidelines on what to do in each of those cases to respond and to what we call strike the site, where you do, an exterior patrol around it, looking for any problems in the fence line or lighting or anything like that that could cause access. And a lot of times there were birds, that those little kites or something, they're everywhere, and they love those little pebbles that were on the missile site. So a lot of times they responded to things like that. But, you had stranger things. You had owls landing on them sometimes. You just had all kind of stuff and not know what to expect. But when you get that sensor that's affected underground, it raises your eyebrows. You think, well, how did that go off? And it's in direct relation to where that missile he pulled up is located. It's in direct relationship to that. And again, we only have code tables that can only do one thing, but none of that is even utilized in something like this. That never comes into question or is never used. So when I heard him say that, I went, damn, that's weird. And so Michael came in. He's the team leader, so we get issued our code tables, our weapons, and everything else, because we have a little armory set up right there, ready access armory. We get all of our stuff, put our ditty bags in the vehicle, get our safety briefing from the capsule crew downstairs, and they tell us what we've got. And, of course, the travel time's about, I think, 15 minutes. It was the closest launch facility to our launch control facility, November 5. And it's right outside the little town of Newell. I mean, there's a road called Orman Road, O-R-M-A-N, and there's a golf course on it today to the south side of Orman Road. And November 5, what's left of it is on down about not quite a mile from that. So we get all of our stuff, get our safety briefing, get in a vehicle, and it's very cold. I got on my parka, my like parka pants and bunny boots, because I know I'm going to be out in it, and weapon, whole 9 yards, and get in a vehicle, and we proceed onward. We were supposed to do 5-minute security checks on the radio as we're traveling, which was accomplished. So we went out and took a left on, these are all dirt roads. You can travel from one end of the state to the other on these clay roads that are very well maintained, and they're a lot of fun to drive on. I'd love to take a motorcycle out there, but maybe one day. And went out, took a left, went to the next intersection, again, all clay, took a left, going toward Highway 79, which is about 4.5 miles away from the launch control facility. So as we were going straight, the road kind of goes level, then it dips down, and then it goes up toward the highway bed of Highway 79. And as we were traveling, as we were going up, I just happened to look over about my 4 o'clock position, in the vehicle, just looked over where, and it was just completely by accident. November 5, as the crow flies, would be at that 4 o'clock position right now. Well, when I turned back and looked, I see this pulsing light, large, coming off the ground, or just pulsing in the atmosphere. But it's something very low. I don't say it was on the ground, but it was very, very low, and it's just pulsing like this. And I go, man, do you see that? And Michael Johnson, he couldn't see it yet. And he goes, what? I said, wait until we get up here on the highway. I didn't even want to say anything. And so as the road goes up to Highway 79, and we took a right on 79, and now we're on a plateau. And about that 4 o'clock became the 2 o'clock position. There is this pulsing light that's big, that's very bright, and like reds and oranges, maybe a white. I mean, it was as if it would go through each of those colors to the white, and then go. It just kept repeating itself like that, and in that type of timing, I guess.
It was like an amber, orangish red kind of a, but it
ended in a white. Yes.
Interesting. And how long did each cycle take to get back to white?
Just a couple of seconds. Yeah. I mean, it was like real. It was quick, but it was that pulsation that had a certain timing about it. And as soon as I saw it, I said, Michael, that's that object that we were looking at a while ago. And he just shook his head and he goes, whatever, man. It really upset him. Yeah. And And I said, no kidding. And I was just talking to myself then because he was just locked on to getting there and getting out of this as quickly as he could.
He wanted no part of it.
And I felt something very strange. I felt a little exhilaration, a little bit of fear, all in the same motion. And then we had, as we were on 79, it was only a few miles down to Newell. So we're going uphill to downhill to a stop sign. The only stop sign, you got one stop sign and one stoplight on the other side of Newell, and the population was 230 people. And today it's 650. The line when I was out there in 21, it was 650.
There's a sign that says that.
Yeah, population. You can look it up. And so as we came to the stop sign to take a right on Ormond Road, it travels about half a mile. It's paved or a road surface. And then it drops back off the clay and it dogleg to the left. So we're traveling on it, and I still see this. I see this glow. And as we round that corner, there's nothing in the way of our vision whatsoever. There's set this object, a sphere, directly over top of November 5 blast door, over the door where the missile comes out of, or is launched from, in that silo. That was the size of a super Walmart building. It was only 10 feet in the air. It was so large from where we were, I just knew that it wasn't making contact with the ground. And as we got to the front gate and pulled up at our tactical 45-degree position.
Very tactical, like you were going to do something. That's great.
It makes me laugh today. But that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
It was about 10 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
And immediately,
so when you say super Walmart,
in a sphere,
perfect sphere.
Yeah, perfect sphere.
So no bulges or anything, just perfect sphere. No. And would you say that it was like, if you had to say the diameter of the object, what would you say? Like 400 feet, like 1,000 feet? Like
I would say, honestly, I would say over 100 yards.
Okay.
And I would say that to the top of it also, over 100 football field size.
Yeah.
Easy. Yeah. But in a sphere, I mean, the largest thing I've ever seen off the ground.
Yeah.
There's nothing ever bigger than that. I went on a Spaces thing one night, and guys said, well, what else can you compare it to? I said, 2 aircraft carriers?
Yeah.
And then somebody tried to run with that. You got to be very careful what you say and how you might, if you change something, you got to be very careful. And a prime example is a mag light. They didn't start selling mag lights under that name until 79. But in 77, I had a flashlight. It was 3D cell, black aluminum bodied.
Same thing.
Yeah. So I had one.
Yeah.
And I had to clarify that for somebody one time. It was, I don't know. I understand because, these are, these topics, have to be confronted.
Yeah.
At all costs and all times.
Yeah.
So,
50 years ago, but details are important.
Yeah, it's everything. And it's just me. It's everything. And
yeah. So as you pulled up to it, was it still going through this pulsating light changes? No. Okay.
As we pulled up, it seemed it didn't pulsate any longer. It was just extremely bright with red, with white, with orange. And it looked like
but in different places? The red and the white and the orange was different places?
You ever seen any pictures of the sun, how that moves around?
Yeah.
Like that.
Okay, so it was moving.
Yes.
Wow.
It was moving. There was no leading edges, cockpit nozzles, wing sources of any type.
Yeah.
Just a huge sphere. And
it was stationary, but the colors of the light were moving around, like swirling around almost?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow,
yes.
That's cool, man.
And then it seemed to be a close proximity discharge of, I don't know if it was plasma. I don't know what that would be. In other words, it looked as if it was electricity, not flames. Like it was electricity or something.
Like static electricity?
Could be, but it was very well contained within that diameter, as the craft was. It was like I don't know, it was like a welder's light, but yet, if you ever seen someone welding that bright light, it was like the blue hue around it, even with the orange, the red, the white, and everything contained in it.
Was it lighting up all the objects around it?
Oh, the whole place was like
everything
daylight,
was lit
everything.
up. Yeah.
And it seemed as soon as we stopped the vehicle at that fabulous 45-degree angle, it seemed to have gotten brighter, and the interior of our truck just filled with the brightest light that, I don't know, was soul-searching. No, there's no way you close your eyes and not see it still. It's like the light was so bright you'd see through your eyelids.
Yeah.
And additionally, now I'm just going to describe the first 10 seconds.
Did it seem like did it seem like it was intentionally lighting up your truck, or was
like we cruised into it?
Yeah.
No, it was like intentionally the whole area, or us, we were illuminated.
So it was more than just the natural light that it was
Yes.
giving off, it entered your truck. It was
Right.
intentionally lighting up your truck.
I believe that.
Yeah,
yes.
it was focused on you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And in the same few seconds, not even being able to explain in my mind what we were seeing and what we were going through, all of a sudden the atmosphere in that truck or surrounding area, I guess all I can speak for was what was in that vehicle. It seemed to evacuate the oxygen or air because couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. And then there was an exerting force of some type. And we, mind you, we're sitting there in full parkas, both of us, or dressed for heavy, cold weather. And it is as if there was a pressure on my chest and stomach area where I was being pushed into the back seat, but yet pulled upward toward the back window. It's a single cab F-154 pickup truck. It's as if something was just pulling me or pushing me up. I don't know if
like
it's
a gravitational force.
Something possibly, it could have been. And all I knew to do in a flash of a second, I had to ask for relief. And I rolled that window down on an F-154 pickup truck. I rolled it down fast as I could go, and we're window winders then. And they had Western mirrors on the side of the vehicle, stainless Western mirrors. And I reached out and grabbed it with a non-gloved hand. It was my mitten was on my left hand. And why it was not on this hand, I'm not sure. I think it's because I was going to pull myself out of the vehicle. And I was so taken back by what I was looking at in fear, I wasn't about to get out of that truck to strike a sight or do anything else. I didn't care about that sight, and that was my primary mission being there. And I pulled myself up on that windowsill and my left hand I held onto that blue bubble. There's two of them on top, response lights, blue lights. And with my right hand, I grabbed I had that mag light, and I just went across the top of the vehicle, and I flashed my mag light at this thing, or my aluminum light at this object, the same way I did back at the facility. Just blip, 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 blip. And for the strangest reason, I just slid back down on the seat, and I rolled the window up. And I told Michael Johnson, verbatim, I said, "Michael, it's going to be okay now." Where did that come from? I have no idea. It's going to be okay now. You can breathe now.
And could you feel the oxygen at that point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could feel something relented a little bit, if that's the proper word. Something let off a little bit. And I reached over and I grabbed my M16 and I put it between my legs, and I held it with both hands for a moment because I didn't know. I wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't getting out, and it was my job to get out and to open that gate and to go interior around that inner fence line. But this object was so large as to where it was sitting. Can you pull that picture up, Ryan, of the overall site with us sitting in front of it? You get a chance?
He will, yeah. And how many feet away were you from it at this? When you pulled up to it, how many feet away were you? Would you guess?
I'm going to say between 60 and 80 feet from the gate.
Okay.
And the diameter of this craft was so large that literally when as I sat on that windowsill, the exterior diameter of it was right there, was not far at all.
Yeah.
It was just that big. I mean, it wasn't like I could reach out and touch it.
Yeah.
It was...
and it looked like just a plasma, almost. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how to duplicate something like that.
Yeah.
I honestly do not know, but
could you tell if it had any surfaces, like any solid surfaces?
I never saw any.
Okay.
And I looked dead at it. I mean, it was almost hard to look at. It was almost too bright for the human eye to really just stare into. That one right there. And those three things on the side, those are antennas. And then, of course, the missile silos directly underneath it.
Wow. And there's the truck right there.
Yes, there's my drawing. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good artist.
No, it's good.
But
so that entire thing then took like 10 seconds. That what you
what I just described is only like 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
And as I rolled that window up and sat down and I put my weapon between my legs, I didn't even know what to think. My mind was just at a blank almost. I don't even know. And I'm like, I don't even know what to expect next. And this black object about 6 times the size of a beach ball, bigger than that screen by like twice.
Wow.
Round, had vents.
The screen's 98 inches.
98 inches?
Yeah, diameter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, it was bigger than that.
Not that. Yeah.
But the, I wish I had someone that could help me. Do something with that. But it was solid black, of the blackest black I've ever seen, because that was a note for me in my mind, and it had these vents that went around it, not vents like an orifice would be, but but elongated from the top to the bottom. You know how a pumpkin is segmented? You know how you see a pumpkin that's grown and it's got like segments in it? Well, this had a million more segments in it. And it seemed like all of those were propulsion surfaces or propulsion nozzles in some way hidden in those grooves, if I'm saying it correctly.
So like vertical lines that went down
from top to bottom, all around it.
Did it create indentations in it, or was it?
It did. Like if you took a comb and stood a comb up, a regular hair comb, and looked at it, that kind of indentations, and all in a circular circumference.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So if you take a comb and you kind of bend it like this, and you have all the little dots.
But they were straight. They weren't like, there was not a nozzle like pointing out like a barrel of a gun. There was nothing like that. It seemed like the whole thing was propelled in some way, or could move in any direction at any time, up, down, side, which is what it did.
Is that
something like that?
Something like that.
So the one on the right, on the other screen, see how many segments are in that?
Yeah.
Well, it had a million more of those segments.
Okay, so just infinite number going around. I mean, just
top to bottom.
As many as,
And it could move, honestly, it could move. I've never seen anything like that. Because in 77, there were not drones other than, I think there were military aircraft that were practice vehicles and ships that are used for target practice and that kind of stuff. But something like that size, nothing that I knew existed like that. That word wasn't even used.
Yeah.
That wasn't in our vocabulary out there.
So diameter-wise, and this was also a sphere?
Yes, it was.
And so it would have been like, what, 10 feet or something?
I would say 8.
8 feet.
I would say 8. I've always said about 6 times the size of a beach ball, but beach balls have gotten smaller over the years. They used to be larger, of the larger type beach ball.
No possibility that there was a being in it or anything?
No, I don't think so, unless they were extremely small like Roz over there.
Okay. Could be.
Yeah.
But
anything in this realm is possible.
Yeah.
Anything is absolutely possible. Not in our minds, but in their minds, in my opinion, or in their technologies.
And so what did it do?
It came down directly on top of the hood, about 2 inches above the hood. And it sat there for just a second, and then it flew right, it flew left, it went over the top of the vehicle, it went behind the vehicle, back to the right, over the vehicle, back on Michael Johnson's side. And the whole time, and I'd look over at him, and he was just like, he was bathed in this white-blue light, looking straight ahead, not at it. I'm studying everything around me. I'm on a swivel, and he was locked onto that steering wheel and not saying anything. He was just locked on that steering wheel, and his mouth was open, and I can see the whites of his eyes from the side. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. I looked at him that hard because I didn't know what could be on the other side of him. The craft was on that side, on his side, and I'm on the passenger side, so I'm away from it. And then all of a sudden it vanished. I don't know where it went. It just was gone. Instantaneous. And
how long was it around the car? How many seconds would you guess?
10, 15 seconds.
Okay.
Very quick.
Any idea as to what it was doing?
I figured gathering information, maybe assessing if we had weapons or what we had, everything, maybe heart rate, maybe respiratory rate. I don't put anything out of their capabilities. And I'm just saying that. There's nothing that they know us better than we know ourselves by far, anatomically and psychologically, I believe.
You need a tissue or anything?
No, I'm good.
Good? All right, cool.
It vanished, or it went somewhere else. And I didn't know what to expect. I just had no idea. And all of a sudden, this smell just permeated the truck. And it was like like not bleach, but like iodine smell and I associate that when I used to catch shrimp out here in the Gulf with my dad. And if they sit in the cooler for a while, they kind of get that smell, like a bleach kind of smell. I don't know if that's iodine or what it is. But I smelled that, and it brought back those memories of old for me. And I went, I didn't even know what to think about that. I just remember curling up my nose thinking, where's that? What is that? Where's that coming from? And honestly, fear kind of grappled hold of me at that time. And something else was going on that I quite don't know how to deal with. It felt as if my vision was somewhat decreasing, or my acuity was somewhat decreasing, what I could see at a distance. And I sensed something from the right side of my vehicle. I didn't want to turn and look or anything, but I knew I only had that piece of glass separating me from what was on the exterior. And I still wasn't getting out of the vehicle. Michael Johnson wasn't saying a word. He was still bathed in that same light.
Frozen.
Yes.
He wasn't moving at all.
He wasn't saying anything. Nothing. He wasn't saying nothing.
Yeah. But no movement either from his body at all?
No, not that I can remember at all.
Yeah, okay.
And I was so worried about what was on my right side that I really couldn't study him that much. He was just like there, I guess defending for himself as I was about to do, or thinking I was about to do. Whatever is going to happen, it's going to be on each of us, right? But we're a team. We're supposed to be a team, but there was no team. And I turn to my right and I hear at the same time what I come into visual contact with, about 20 feet in closing to me, perfectly clear night, clay road. I don't know where they came from, how they got to where they were, but they are literally floating toward me at a very slow rate. And they're not walking. And I hear immediately, not as you and I are talking, in my body, which is very difficult to describe. It's as if it resonates with every liquid molecule in your body, a voice. And somehow or another, your brain understands it. And as they came closer, just a few feet at a time, do not fear. Do not fear. It wasn't in words like that. It almost had a hiss to it. It had a different enunciation to it. Do not fear, do not fear. Said in that way, do not fear, do not fear. And when I looked to my right, I didn't believe what I was looking at or seeing, and there was 4 of them. There was 3 small and 1 tall. And the one on the right, now they had on some type of a uniform. They had on something. The one on my left, the third one over, I immediately noticed once I got past looking at their faces, their heads, and it almost seemed natural, believe it or not, coming toward me. It almost seemed like they were supposed to be there like I shouldn't fear. But I see this I want to say like a wand, and it had a big yellow glowing tip on it. I mean, glowing. And it got my attention immediately. It was very hard to get off of it. I mean, I kind of lost sight of them. In other words, moving, coming toward me, and I just fixated on that yellow tip.
Is that something that you drew?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Okay.
And there should have been 3, but I ran out of space on the page. That was when I very first did it, the very first time.
But they all look the same uniform, same heads.
Correct. And then the one in the back, or the other one, that's a later rendition, but I'm not really happy with that.
Okay.
There were no like eyebrows and stuff up here or anything like that.
Okay.
I was trying to draw these lines that I saw, but the one in the far rear, his head was different than the 3 in front of him, and
the tall one.
Yes.
Okay.
And he was that one, and I don't know why I say he.
It.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a name.
Yeah.
But it had a breastplate here that was glowing the same color, and it was almost as loud or as bright as the one with the one in the waistband. And they came to my vehicle, and I guess they were about from here to that count right there. It's as if tunnel vision just it was an onset, and I couldn't hold my eyes open, and I literally just went black. But those were the last things that I saw.
Okay.
And
so your eyes closed and it went black, and
yeah, but it's just for a flash of a second. Literally, I mean, because the fear going into it and the uncertainty of everything that had just transpired. Now, mind you, all this just took place in 10, 20 seconds, the whole duration.
Yeah.
When I opened my eyes immediately, I mean, I knew immediately, I'm grabbing my gun, you don't know shoot at it, run from it, or mess yourself.
Right.
Just like that.
Right.
And maybe that's even reversed.
Uh-huh.
When I opened my eyes and took a deep breath, it was in total darkness. And from where we were, that was not possible in my mind, considering the brightness that we had just been bathed in. And the launch facilities have lights on them also. And so there's always a light on above those facilities, like light poles.
Mm. Do you think that the smell could have been what caused you to pass out?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never even thought about that.
Yeah.
I thought it was a generalized smell from them, but that makes sense. Maybe, perhaps that drone did something or dropped something, and it was taken in by the air system, because we did have AC on that truck, but of course we weren't using it that night. I guess we had the heat on, so it would have been pulling air from the outside.
So the smell could have come from the black drone.
It could have.
It could have come from the creatures themselves.
I thought it was just an odor that they carried with them.
Yeah.
But thinking about that, considering the distance away, how they were 20 feet away from me, approaching after that drone had just departed when I started smelling it. And that drew my attention to look out the right side of the vehicle and then to witness that. And as they got closer, within 5 or so feet, I'm still hearing, "Do not fear, do not fear."
And that voice, it wasn't a voice. It wasn't your voice. It wasn't the voice in the head. This was them communicating telepathically.
Something completely different, higher pitch, but yet within my body. And I felt it, and I always I've tried to find reasoning in it, how. And the closest that I can come to is when you see a man's wife carrying, or your wife carrying a baby, and, you're close to her and she's laying down or something or on a couch, and you lean down there to talk to that baby, and that baby hears you inside that mother's womb, that baby hears your, I don't know, your vibrations as it does its mother. And that was the memory that I had with that going through me. That's the way I felt, that I was being communicated with. And of course, none of it makes any sense whatsoever to whoever's experiencing this, you or anybody else. I mean, it comes at you like nothing that can be described. It just happens. It's almost as if God's talking to you in a way. I've never had God talk to me. I guess he's led me all these years, but I don't know how else to relate that to anything. And the feeling.
Did you hear any sound either from them approaching or from the object itself or from the drone, the black drone? Was there any noise that you recall?
The craft itself just had a very, very low hum, the large craft. I never heard anything from the drone at all.
Okay.
Of course, my senses were so heightened at that time, I don't know if I could have heard anything else anyway.
Yeah.
And it just seemed to keep escalating, from arrival to drone to this, or to the smell, then to them, and then all of a sudden total blackness.
Do you recall if the truck was turned off when you pulled up, or
it was still running?
It was still running.
Still running.
So the noise that was coming from the
craft,
the craft, yeah, the sphere. How do you describe that?
The best I can say is the 432 hertz. And the only reason I say that is because I found that by complete accident. Someone was telling me, because I was having a lot of trouble sleeping. My dreams have never stopped, and they're very vivid. They're in color. Sometimes I smell things. I can even taste things sometimes in my dreams, and I can find my hands in my dreams, and it's a strange thing. If you can concentrate on your hands, you can go many places. or not that I do or not, but just the exhilaration of being able to find your hands in a dream, to have command for a millisecond over a dream, is a fantastic thing.
Lucid dreaming is, I think, what it's called, when you can control your dreams. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, it's a thing. It's scientific. People can do it. I've done it like one time a couple of decades ago that I can remember having a lucid dream, but I know that there's people that can have these lucid dreams where they can actually become in control of their dreams.
That would be a powerful thing.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
I mean, it would be limitless.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good.
It really would be.
Yeah,
what you could do.
Yeah,
and I didn't even know we had the capacity for such things, in our mode of thinking. But I think we have a lot more available to us that we don't know about and are just finding out about.
Agreed. So where were we?
The light and the brightness over what had just happened, all of a sudden when I opened my eyes, I took a deep breath, and I'll never forget it, because I didn't know my response level was just mac-daddied out. I didn't know what to do at that time, and when I was, all of a sudden I'm out, and then I'm awake. In total darkness. And I said to Michael Johnson, he's sitting on my left, said, Michael, I said, where's November 5? Where are we? Just like that. No answer at all. I took my finger and I put it in his ear. I ran it in his ear that far.
This is after the beings approached.
Yeah, okay. This is after.
Okay, this is the next thing that you remember. Correct. After going dark.
Yes, I went out, and then total dark. I went out, or whatever, put to sleep. I don't know what I was. The next thing I know, and it felt like just a second flew by, and I popped my eyes open, like in control of myself, and total darkness, total blackness, until my eyes focused, and I said, well, where is November 5? I said, Michael, and I turned to him, and I said, hey, man, and I pushed him in the shoulder. I stuck my finger in his ear. I put my hands on the side of his face. He was breathing. His eyes were wide open. I can't even recall if he was blinking his eyes or not.
Was he in the same position?
Absolute same
on
position.
The steering wheel?
Seat belted in.
Really?
Yes, in an F-150 Ford pickup truck. I don't think we had shoulder belts. We just had the waist belts at that time. And I turned to my right, and I looked, and from here to that couch, there's a white wall. And not a wall that goes up 90 degrees. It was a slant, like a 45-degree angle. And as far as I could see, it was white. And as far as I could see in either direction, and I didn't know where I was on the compass. And that's really a crazy thing for me, because I always have to know where I am on a compass, in north, south, east, and west. I always have to know where I am, like a old pigeon, I guess. And I popped the door open, still talking to him, thinking he was going to answer me at any time. Why would you not? And I stepped out in those bunny boots, and I stepped in mud. And mind you, the temperature was between 9 and 13 degrees. And it had been that way for a week or so the ground was pretty frozen. I know when you walked on the surface, like of the grass or the sage grass or what, the what covers the land out there, it would crack. It was frozen. And so we stepped in mud, and I said, "What the hell?" And I looked around me, and I said, "Where is this?" I had never been there before. And as far as I could see that way, or to the north of me, and as far as I could see behind me, it was the same white wall at an angle. I still didn't relate that to anything at all. So immediately upon that realization, the radio cracks to life, and it says, CSC to November 1. What's your location? I turned to Michael Johnson standing there with one foot on the soil, and the other leg still inside the vehicle, holding onto the door like this. And I said, "Michael, you going to get that?" Because now I'm getting kind of pissed at him. I'm not sure, what's going on with him. So, but I need some help from him, and nothing. So I snatched the radio, the radio microphone off the dashboard. It's an old Motorola set with a little bass unit and a little wired microphone that's stuck on the dashboard. And I said, November 1 to CSC. I said, I don't know where we are. And it went void it just went silent for about 10 or 15 seconds. And then he came back and he says, November 1, he said, do you need medical attention? And I said, I don't, but I don't know what's going on with my partner, with Michael Johnson. And I said his name, right? Senior Airman Michael Johnson. We were both senior airmen at the time. I said, I don't know I said, he won't answer me. He won't talk. He's just looking straight forward. Another hesitation. I said, he's, what's his status? I said, he's breathing. I said, his eyes are open and he's sitting straight up in the seat. And I said those things. And, the regression of talking about this every single time, you find little nuances that you didn't find before, not to change anything, but there are things that I see now that I don't know if were hidden by fear or uncertainty or what, but there's things. And I reported, I said, I don't know. I said, I can't get him to respond to me at all. And they didn't. I said, well, what do you mean? I said, he's just not doing anything. He's frozen at the steering wheel. And I said that. And no comment. A few seconds went by. I'm still standing in the mud with one foot, just looking where am I? What am I doing here? And what the hell just happened? Totally strange experience. And I said, I answered a question. He says, I need you to make 1 minute security checks. He goes, 1 minute security checks until we locate you. We're trying to locate your radio signal, triangulate your location. And I'd heard of that in tech school. I never practiced it or did it, but I knew it could be done or thought it could be done. And that's what they did. And they had 3 alert teams looking for us. So that was 6 security policemen, one primary alert team and 2 backups from, I don't know, maybe one from some Oscar, one was from Kilo, and the other one was from our site, from November Control. So that was 6 security policemen.
Did you tell them that you saw a wall, that you were next to a big wall, or did you not mention?
Yeah, I did. I stood next to a big white wall. I don't know what it is. And nobody had any answers because they were coming from elsewhere also, had never been there either. And this New Lake Reservoir Dam, I don't know how far it sits off Highway 79, and that's it right there.
Okay.
It's under some type of reconstruction right now. There's also a picture where we were located that I've got circled, and this is from Google Earth, of course.
So where is the silo compared to Newell Lake on this?
November 5, there you go. On that triangulation right there, which I had one guy say that's a Pythagorean triangle, I never thought about it. You see November 1 on the far left side?
Yeah.
And then you see November 5 at the bottom of that next to Newell. And then you see the Newell Lake Reservoir Dam. Well, that from November 5 to that dam is almost 9.5 miles.
Wow.
And then from November 1, and then from the dam to November 1 is about 7 miles. And from November 1 to November 5 is about 9 miles. So as we went out to Highway 79 and went down to it, I mean, that's about the distances.
Okay. 5, 7, 9. I don't know that that's a
I don't either.
Pythagorean
That's where,
triangle.
now see that depression that's down below that circle on the left?
Yeah.
Well, that was full of ice, and where our vehicle was located, where that circle is, we were right in the middle of that thing. On the lower part of that corner, you see that's the slough for the overflow for that dam. And that's the entire back wall support for the New Lake Reservoir Dam, and it was covered in snow. So I'd never been there before. And further, we only had a 2-wheel drive F-150 Ford pickup truck. There's no way that you could drive in and you see that trail that leads down into that where we're located. There's no way you could drive down in there and turn around to face the other direction. And we were facing the only direction that we could exit in, period. And the snow around us, there you go, the snow was melted, in a really large circle. And the first team that got to us had a Sergeant Garza in it. And he stopped probably 20 yards or so from my vehicle because he was up on that upper hand corner up there. And so I guess he could, I didn't even know all this. I'm just, I came out with this later when I discovered everything and, trying to draw it and make sense of it because, believe me, I had more questions than answers. But when he approached me, I'm still on the race, still doing 1-minute security checks and had been. But prior to that, an hour before that, I don't even know why I didn't do it previously. I noticed it was getting light to my east. And that's what immediately gave me my association as to where I was located, east, south, north, and west. And as the sun was rising, I went, what? And I looked at my watch, and it was like 6:05 a.m. And we arrived at missile site a few minutes before 1 a.m. And now it's after 6, and I'd been there probably 30 minutes, say, before we were triangulated or anything like that. It's probably 30 minutes.
So you lost 5 hours.
Lost 5 hours.
Yeah.
And as he stopped, say 20 yards short of where I was located, I walked, because I came back from the back to the front because I noticed that I didn't know that it was there, but had Michael Johnson had he been conscious and have his full faculties, had he opened his door and stepped out like 2 or 3 feet away from the vehicle, he'd have slid down this embankment into that lower retention pond, which was frozen also. But there was no way you could not slip because of how steep it was located. And that doesn't really show the pictures that I've got from Google Earth. Doesn't show, the different, I guess, angles of this whole area. And we were sitting on the only level part you could be on. And again, I didn't even notice that we were in the only way that you could be there in a vehicle. There was no tracks leading in there because the snow was fresh. The only tracks that were there is when Sergeant Garza drove up, and the other two teams were behind him. And they had never been to New Lake Reservoir Dam. None of us had been, not ever. Just not something. It was nothing there. There was nothing over there. I don't know how far off the Highway 79 it's located. It's a couple of miles though. And
but that was the general location of where the object in the sky that you saw was the same object earlier
and I didn't surmise that till 21.
Really,
I did. I honestly.
Okay.
Reliving that whole thing and being there, it about put me in AFib again.
Yeah.
And
I don't know if I said that clearly, but the object that you saw at 9 o'clock, the same object that you saw at 1 o'clock, was over the dam.
Over the dam.
Where you were dropped off.
Correct.
At 6 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Yes.
That's crazy.
It was, and as I said, I didn't make that connection until going back, though.
Yeah.
Standing there, because we went to New Lake Reservoir Dam for the first time. And the producer, he wanted to leave. He had sent the camera crew away or back to Rapid City, and he had some kind of medical problem back in California. His mother did. And I felt for him. He didn't want to, he wouldn't get in front of November 5. We filmed like 80 yards down from November 5, which I didn't agree with that because I was just looking into an open field instead of a missile site 60 to 70 feet in front of me, which now has a cattle production or a cattle processing facility, maybe branding or food. This is passing. You can see the fence line is still there. That's the gate, and there's the proxy. There's where we were sitting. So that's just how close it was, and that's what it is today. Yeah. So we were down. We're probably this far down, looking out right there, and but the producer did not want to go anywhere but back home. And one of the two witnesses, we had a parade of people coming past November 5 as we were there filming. We probably had 12 or 15 people in this filming crew, drone operator and the whole 9 yards. So the people of Newell that saw us that early that morning stop at a little fueling station that has breakfast and all that stuff. It's a great place. I mean, it's been there for 50 years. I stopped there as a senior airman while I was stationed there to eat a biscuit or something in the morning when we were out on a launch facility check or something. So they got curious, and they were coming out to Ormond Road in parades in their vehicles, passing by, just seeing what was going on. And then it kind of got word to some of these folks that what we were there for. And there were two individuals, one on a side-by-side with a cab on it, four-wheeler, and then the other one an open four-wheeler. And the guy with the cabbed four-wheeler, he introduced himself, and Rich Emberlin, who was the host for this segment of the show that came out on Discovery Plus, he was standing there taking notes, and it was all said and done. We were getting ready to leave, and then these two guys came forward, and the first one with the cab over on the Honda, he goes, "Are you the guy that saw something here?" And I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, I think he even said the year, if I'm not mistaken. I try to recollect that. I didn't write down what the man told me. And Rich Emberlin wrote down his name and so forth as that, because I didn't have nothing to write with. And the vehicle's back about 30 yards down the road from us. And he said, "Well, my dad was a state trooper." He goes, "And he got a call from Ellsworth Air Force Base at 2 o'clock in the morning." He says, "My bedroom was located right off the kitchen in our house here. And the phone rang at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I heard my father talking on the phone that, 'Why do you want me to go find these guys?' He said, they're better weaponized than I am." And he said, "There's just one of me and there's two of them." And he said, "But I'll go look. And I guess they told him the general location or anything. He didn't really say that, but at least he told me what he said. So, and then the other guy, he was related to one of the deputy sheriffs in Sturgis. They sent two cars from, which was probably, they didn't have but two or three of our patrols, that's what you call them, probably at Sturgis at that time, even though you still had Bike Week and everything like that going on. It was 29 miles south of Newell. So they were sent from Sturgis to come look for us, as was this state trooper. So given that, there were 6 security policemen that located us. And then you have 5 local and state officials looking for us too. And the state trooper, he went to the site, and somewhere along the line, he saw something in the sky that he later told his son. He said he saw something in the sky. He didn't say what it was or the size. He said, my dad knew about this. And the other 2 officers did not say anything like that, to the best of my knowledge, from what this other guy related to us. And I just found that so interesting. And up to that point, I'd never been to New Lake Reservoir Dam. So I described to that man where we were located. He goes, that's Newell Dam. And I said, what? I said, where's that? He goes, that way, about 9.5 miles. He said, go back to 79 and go left and go straight up, and it'll be on your right, about 9 miles north. I said, you're kidding. So the producer, as I said, didn't want to do any of that, but Rich Emberlin said, we're going.
This was 2021?
Right, with Discovery Plus. I think it was called Alien Endgame. And so we went and found it. It's like, holy crap. It was a tree that is still there today. It looks like an old Western hanging tree. It is still on that prairie on the south side of New Lake Dam. Still sitting there. There's a few other buildings out there now. Now there's a reconstruction project, but it was the strangest thing to go back there. And even where we pulled up and parked, which was not where we were located, we got out and walked and went down to the center part of that dam. And I mean, it was like a coming home thing for me. And I'll never forget when I stood there and I had Rich Emberlin stand on my left to simulate where Michael Johnson was sitting, and that vehicle sitting on that little trail and looking down the side of that hill into that lower lake area. I stepped on this round, I should have brought it. There's a couple of things I wanted to bring to show you. An igneous rock about that big around, and you can see bubbles, and there's bubbles and stuff on the outer surface where it was at one time superheated, I guess. And I picked that piece of, it's granite and all kind of stuff mixed in with it, but it's beautiful. I'll send you a picture of it. And it was the only one there. And Rich Emberlin said, man, how do you get all the good stuff? It was kind of cool, though. So, I didn't know if they'd let me fly with that or not, so I just wrote $15 on one side of it and put it in my luggage, and TSA said, it's cool, it's okay, yeah. I thought, wow, man. So I have that, and I have a fire extinguisher or a handle that controlled a fire hose that we did exercises with. And I remember my hand back in that time at November Control doing those fire response exercises, and turning on that, or simulating turning on the water and all that stuff. So I have that knob or that wheel. It's important to me. But so I'm going to go back to Newell Lake Reservoir Dam. So as Sergeant Garza approached me, and he stopped about 20 yards away, he goes, he didn't say anything. He just pulled up, and I walked around the back of the vehicle, walked past Michael Johnson, and I'd look at him, and I told him, Sergeant Garza, do you know what's coming on? You know what's going on? And he looked at me, approaching me as him, and I'm in the headlights of our vehicle. And he goes, Mario, just stay right there. He says, I can't talk to you anything. I can't talk anything about this. He said, I'm just here to take you back to November Control. So, okay, it was kind of like strange. You just kind of cut me off. First you're part of the team, and then all of a sudden, then you're separated because of something that's happened. And he said, you okay? I said, I am, but I said, Michael Johnson's not. He just says, well, tell him we got to go to November Control. You're going to follow me. I said, I need help. I said, he's not responding to anything. I said, I got to unbuckle him and put him in the passenger seat. He goes, oh, okay. I said, I'm going to need help with him. And he walked over and he looked at him, and he goes, hey, bud, or something like that. Hey, how you doing? No answer at all. So I got on.
Still gripping the wheel.
Oh, man, it took both of us to get his hands off that steering wheel.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I got on one side, I got on the interior of the vehicle, and he was on the outside, literally peeling his hands off the steering wheel.
Wow.
And you work out. What would it be like to grab a weight bar and hold on to it as hard as you can?
It's almost like a cadaver's grip.
For an hour.
Yeah.
And let somebody peel your hands off of it. I couldn't do it. You'd go into cramps and all. You'd be totally exhausted,
Right.
were you not?
Right.
Well, that's the way he was. That's the way he was. And it was the strangest thing to see. I've never seen a human being. I've seen a lot of things, in the police world. People hurt and that kind of stuff, and frightened and adrenaline kicking in, or, I've seen a lot of things like that, but I've never seen anything like this ever in my life. And so we finally peeled his hands off the steering wheel and unbuckled him, and I grabbed him by the inside of the leg and behind his back, or the back of his jacket. He had all that equipment on, and I snatched him across that seat and rebuckled him in, talking to him the whole time. And he just sat there like this, just sat there. And his head wasn't slumping. He was looking straight ahead, like just sitting there. So jumped in, got in the vehicle, and that's when I noticed there were no tire tracks leading in there. And so questions just blew my mind up. I mean, the whole thing just blew my mind up, because closing your eyes and 5 hours later you open your eyes and you have these things,
But whoever came and picked you up would have left tire tracks, or how did that work? What was the...
Well, they stopped about 20 yards short of where we were.
I got you.
So that void between where we were sitting, where that vehicle was located, to where he was, there were no tire tracks in between us.
Okay.
So I drove, and I noticed that, because I'm an old motocross guy.
Truck was just placed there.
That's what Robert Hastings said, the same thing.
Yeah.
He said, I think the vehicle and everything was just lifted up and taken for a while.
And to get Michael Johnson back into that exact same position, potentially whatever that black object was that was scanning the exact situation and getting an exact image of what had happened, because we learned later that you guys were not in that truck for the entire time.
Correct.
Based on your
hypnosis.
Your hypnosis, yeah,
Correct.
which we're going to get to. So Michael Johnson's in the passenger seat now. He's still unresponsive.
Correct. And we are heading to November Control behind Sergeant Garza. Now, our backup alert team was there. So that was one patrol of the three total that came searching for us. So those guys peeled off, and we were escorted back to November Control, some 7.5, 8 miles back to November 1. And as we arrived there, they went through the gate first and pulled off to the left, because it was our garage where it was located was to the left. And I pulled straight up in front of the flight security controller's office. And when we did, we had the two officers, my flight chief, the assistant flight chief, and I think and Bill Holloman, flight security controller, were all waiting for us outside. And it's cold. It's I haven't been asleep since the day before. So I'm like, I don't even know what's going to happen now. I almost felt, well, I did feel like I was in a lot of trouble. Not because of what happened, but because we never went on that site. We never struck the site, and that was the mission, is to find out why the alarms, the 2-point alarms, were set off. That never took place. We never did what we were supposed to do. So I knew that's something that's punishable under the UCMJ. And I was afraid. I was newly married, and I didn't know what all this meant and where it was going to lead to. So I had a lot of questions in my own mind. I had a partner here that's totally incoherent and comatose, and I got to explain that. So it was, and then all these people meeting me at one point, I was just like, oh my God, do I pass out, or what do I do here? And literally they opened the doors for us. And I said, you're going to have to unbuckle him. I told the assistant flight chief, Sergeant Huckles, I said, you're going to have to unbuckle him. I said, he can't do anything for himself. I said, I don't know what's wrong with him. He didn't even say anything. But they all had such questions that nobody had answers for. It was just that kind of interrogation. And in relieving, it was an interrogation, especially I was the one doing the talking, and Michael Johnson, they just took him back to the back room, I think, to either the officer's bedroom area or the facility manager's bedroom area. And they didn't carry him, but they put an arm, over their shoulders and took him back there. So I don't know if they're trying to get some fluids in him or what, and I was real concerned about that. So then, of course, had to, Bill Holloman, I went in to had to have my weapon. You have to clear your weapon every time and all that. And he got Michael Johnson's weapon and went and cleared all that, put all the weapons away. Code tables would be burned, which was a normal thing. And I went into the day room, had my ditty bag and all my stuff. I'm like in a foreign land all of a sudden, totally disassociated with where I came from. I didn't know how else. I didn't know what to think. And all these people were there, and they were all, I just sat down on a chair and took a deep breath, because I knew it was coming at me. And I was always a very good attitude. I was always full of morale, and people knew that. And I was kind of shying away from all that, instead of being upfront and outspoken. I didn't really know how to relate to this. I really didn't. And of course, Master Sergeant Gray, he's my flight chief. He started in with the questions, and one of the officers that dispatched us, they're both above ground now too, so they want a full report. What did you see? What happened to you? Where did you go? You didn't go on the site. What was this? What was that? What was this? I described everything I could possibly describe to them, with the exception of what I saw out that right window. Because if I had said that, I'd have been disqualified under the PRP program, personal reliability program, and put into a different career field. Just that fast. There's no exceptions.
The four beings.
Correct. I never said that. I did talk about, the black ball. I talked about that, the size of the craft, what I felt, I couldn't breathe, everything that I described.
The smell.
The smell. I described everything that I could, with the exception of the four beings that I saw, period. And then they want to know, how did you get the New Lake Reservoir Dam? I said, I have no idea. I literally have no idea. Well, how come you didn't report in? I said, something happened. I said, I lost my vision and I blacked out. The next thing I know, and opened my eyes, we're behind this white wall. I still had trouble even pronouncing New Lake Reservoir Dam because I'd never been there before, and didn't even know it really existed, honestly. So to have to go from one to the other, in that description was very difficult. And of course, I think one of the officers said, "Well, you never went on the site." And I said, "Not that I remember, sir." And I knew I was in trouble. I knew that was an extremely big no-no. And of course, they were reaching out, until they finally contacted Central Security Control, which listens to all radio traffic transmissions, especially on these higher level alarms. They're listening to everything, missile-wide, not just at November Control, but everywhere, for something like this to happen, or something other than that to happen. And I went through all the questions, and I answered everything to the best of my ability. And I told Sergeant Gray, Sergeant Gray, I need to use the restroom. I said, I got to go. And I'd been up the previous day since 5 a.m., going to our guard mount building on base and all that stuff before we rode out and were dispatched and went on duty. I never went to sleep. So I'd been up all that time. And I kept asking about Michael Johnson, and they just told me, "Do not worry about Michael Johnson. He's all right. We'll take care of him." They just wanted to disassociate him from me immediately, just separate us immediately.
They wanted to hear each story to see if there were discrepancies in the story.
Exactly. Yeah. And I totally appreciated that. I wanted that. And so I went to the restroom, and I'd been there probably an hour and a half. I went to the restroom. I didn't have to do nothing. I just wanted some silence for a minute. And I went in the stall, which is still there today. Had 2 stalls and 2 urinals and 2 showers and 2 sinks. Really nice restrooms. And I sat on the innermost, I went to the innermost stall, and I closed the door, and it was, of course, the door closed, and the door is about that high off the ground. You can see underneath it. People walk by or something. And I just sat down. I just sat on the toilet there for a minute, and fatigue's on, and my jacket wasn't on anymore, but I had my fatigue's on, and I had long johns on, and I was getting hot. These sites are steam heated, so the heat is very well controlled. It has to be in these temperatures that are out there. Seen it 29, 30 below zero before. And so I just sat down trying to gather my thoughts and think. And of course, I thought about my wife. I thought about my mom, just in a flash of a second. How was I ever going to explain this to them? Because I'm probably going to be kicked out of the Air Force. That's literally, that was in my mind, just going to happen, And all of a sudden, I got this, honestly, man, I got this extreme, first it was buzzing, then it was a high-pitched shrill in my ears, in my head, like that really high-pitched shrill. And I went, God, I thought a headache was coming on or something. It's like, what is that? And I remember rubbing my head, because I wore glasses, military glasses at the time, so I put them on my leg or something. And then when I opened my eyes, the color of everything turned to it was sunlight, of course, and there's light coming in the windows, turned to like a pea green. Everything around me, inside the stall, everything outside that was coming in, just turned a pea green color. And I went, wow, what is wrong with my eyesight? And I closed my eyes like that. And when I did, man, I was leaving my body. And I was going, I know, and I told Arrow this, and the guy didn't know what to say. I knew there was a clear channel, a route that I could leave my body through my feet. There was a clear channel. And the only thing stopping me was my fear. I'd get down to about right here, and this I did a couple times, and I'd open my eyes up. But I knew my soul was trying to leave my body under my direction. But my fear overcame me, and I would squeeze myself like pilots do in a G suit, if they're undergoing a lot of G's, and to get the blood back in my head again. And that happened a couple of times, 3 or 4 times. And I thought, what is wrong with me? And the last time I did it and I opened my eyes, I hear something, and then I look down, there's traffic going in front of the stall door, and I see 4 furry feet, which was a drug dog, sentry dog, drug dog, and then a pair of Cochrane combat boots walking behind him. And the voice says, he goes, "Hey, Mario, you okay in there?" I said, "Yeah, man, I'm fine." I said, I just had to have some silence. He said, "Yeah, I got you." And I said, "My ditty bag's out there in the day room. You're welcome to," I knew there was a search. That's what they had to do. And he goes, "Oh, no, that's already been done, man." He said, "I just came here to check on you." Well, which was nice. I appreciated it. And I told him that. I don't know his name, but he evidently knew me some way, or I thought he did. Maybe from tennis or something. And so as he was walking out of the stall, I said, I opened, as he was walking back out of the bathroom, which was about 8 or 10 feet, I opened the stall door and I just went to the sink, turned on that ice cold water. And I just splashed myself, man, I just wet myself down in my fatigues, and my long johns were wet, my T-shirt was wet. Literally, I didn't care. I just wet myself down. And I remember just using paper towels to try to dry myself with at that time, and I just rooked my hair back. And I went out in the day room, and then Sergeant Gray said, "What'd you do, take a shower in the sink?" I said, "Pretty much, He thought I was funny. He said, "I need you to gather your things." He said,
What do you think that was all about with leaving your body? Like what created the ability to have that experience?
I have no idea. Other than what I underwent, perhaps, in those 4.5, 5 hours. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Have you ever had anything else like that? Any other
2 out-of-the-body experiences while sleeping.
Really?
And both of them there in Rapid City, South Dakota.
Prior to or
After.
After. Okay.
And then the dreams started.
Okay. Well, we don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but that's fascinating. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. So I'm totally soaked to the bone. And he tells me that, and I probably should have changed, but he wanted to leave so fast that Commander Ralph E. Spraker, Colonel, he wanted me in front of him in most ASAP, which was scary. Full bird Colonel too, and about 55 miles back to the base. So I said again, I remember asking Sergeant Gray, I said, well, what about Michael Johnson? He said, don't worry, he's okay, he's going to be just fine. And I said, was he coming? He said, Sergeant Hawkins just got him. So we were separated from that. Like I said, when they came and got us, they kept us separate. So I got my stuff, my ditty bag and everything, and made sure I had it all, and I went out and got in his vehicle, and they had to replace the 2 of us with another 2-man team from somewhere. And I don't know when that transpired or when it took place, but they couldn't be short 2 people, let's put it that way. So I never got answered to that question. I said, well, did you get 2 more response security policemen to come out here? They didn't even answer me for that. And I know it was really of no concern to me because I was on something completely different, but it was kind of strange you couldn't be down 2 men in that field and in that position. You had to have replacements.
It was your job to be the coverage, and you knew the coverage didn't exist, so you were curious about it. Yeah.
The same with, not responding to the site. That had to be addressed, and I feared all of it. Everything was just going wrong to me. I'm, just 23 years old, and what the hell has just taken place in my lifetime, So I get in the truck and I ride with Master Sergeant Gray back to Ellsworth, and he's asking me questions the entire time. He was from Alabama, nice guy, and real tall, big guy, and he didn't say he'd ever seen anything, but he had some questions about the craft, which the size of it, what I felt, was I sure what I saw, and just anything that he could gather. The entire 55 miles back to the back gate at Box Elder to Ellsworth, and we went along the flight line. He took me to the SATAF building, which was our security police building, which contained everything, Central Security Control, and all of our admin offices, and our guard mounts take place there. And it was an aircraft hangar, a large aircraft hangar, and it was built into offices and so forth. And I think it's still out there today. I'm not sure though. But I went in, and he set me down on a bench outside Colonel Spraker's office, and said, "Just sit right here. We'll come right back for you." And I remember sitting there just thinking, "Holy crap, man! Now I'm in front of this colonel," and I'd never really had any personal time with him before, because there were 800 security policemen on that base. So 1 in every 4 people that you'd meet is a security policeman. It's that many of us. Now, not all worked missiles. Some worked aircraft also. So, but anyway, 1 in 4. So I hear Sergeant Gray said, Senior Airman Woods is ready for you. So you have to do the normal reporting end, the real reporting end. You stand up, you knock on the door, and then he tells you, come in, and you walk straight to his desk without looking anywhere around him except where he's located and in his eyes. And you come to full attention, and you announce who you are, and reporting is ordered, sir. I did. And he didn't say at ease. He just had me stand there with my hands to my side. And he goes, Senior Airman Woods, I heard you had a most interesting night. And I said, I don't know, sir, how to describe that. He says, well, we're going to get into it. I remember those words. We're going to get into it. I said, yes, sir. He told me I was at ease, so I could put my hands behind me. He didn't offer me to sit down at the time. I'm standing up, but I'd look to my left because there were 5 people in that room. There was the assistant base commander, And then there was a man in a gray tweed suit with a hat under his arm. I think he may have been a civilian or maybe a federal guy, maybe with one of the agencies. I don't know. And then there was Captain Jack Reed, who was the lead investigator in this incident, and OSI.
OSI is
the Office of Special Investigation. OSI. That's the Air Force's special detectives per se of all and ongoing stuff within law enforcement or anything else. They just like the overriding, like the FBI would be, in civilian life, it'd be the same thing. And then sitting next to him was a guy that was no rank. I didn't see any rank. He wasn't introduced to me, but he was sitting there, and his name was Rick Doty.
Rick Doty. Wow. That's crazy, because I thought that was before he got started, but no, he must have been very early on in his career then. He's a counterintelligence disinformation guy from what I understand.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I had no idea who he was.
Yeah.
Up till 2014, I never knew him by name. The next thing I saw was on Ancient Aliens, and he was on Ancient Aliens, and I said, wait a minute, I know that guy.
Yeah.
And that's where it all started. And it took an additional 5 years to get him to answer me by email.
Wow.
And then we got on a podcast together.
When was this?
The podcast?
Yeah.
Back about 2 years ago.
So his entire job was to spread disinformation to the UFO community.
I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't even know about this Benowitz thing until maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, he essentially made Benowitz go insane, go crazy.
Yeah. Well, I never had any contact with him. He was just in that room, sitting there as a very young OSI guy.
Wow.
And I didn't even know he was an OSI until 2014. So from 77 to 2014, I had no idea who Rick Doty was.
That's how quick they get disinformation people involved. Mm-hmm. The same, within hours of the incident. Yes. That is crazy, man.
And one of my questions when I was on that podcast with him, it was on, I don't even want to mention the podcast name because I was really put out with those people, especially one of them.
Okay.
But I simply asked the question one night while he was on there as being able to answer questions. No. When we were on together, I asked him how long had he been there waiting for mine and Michael Johnson's arrival.
Yeah.
And he really never answered me. So I wanted to know that because that was important to me. Because it takes some communication. I mean, you had the assistant base commander there, and then you had the OSI guys there. Then you had this civilian guy. I don't know who he worked for. He was GS guy, perhaps. I don't know. Government service guy is all I know. So then he allowed Colonel Spraker allowed me to sit down, kind of at a 45-degree angle, facing him, and they were sitting here. And none of those people were ever introduced to me at all at that time. Rick Doty never was, or the GS guy. And I went through the entire incident just as I've described to you, with the exception of what I saw out that right window. I never admitted to that at all, and that was never suggested. They didn't know about that, and I wasn't going to tell them.
Good.
Up to that point, I still didn't know if I had a career left in the service or not. So that questioning went on for about 2.5 hours. So when we left November Control, it was around 8:15, 8:30 in the morning, arriving at the base at 9:30, 9:45, and then in the commander's office from, say, 10:30 to 12:30, 1 o'clock. And the whole time I had still not slept since the day before. I was feeling pretty ragged out. I was still sitting there. I was still wet from that water in that sink. And I remember the commander saying something. I looked disheveled. I didn't even know what the word meant then, Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't know what else to say. Whatever you want,
right. Whatever your judgment is, I agree.
Yes, sir. And he asked me, he says, he goes, I'm going to send you over to medical and have doctors, flight surgeons take a look at you. And I said, yes, sir. Okay. So I didn't know if I was going to walk over there or, I mean, I had no idea, I'd never been anything like this before. So he had a driver in his staff car. I followed Master Sergeant Gray out and took me to a staff car. I got in it and he took me over to the hospital, to the flight surgeon's office. And when I got to the flight surgeon's office, I was waiting. I was sitting in this chair right outside this entryway or this doorway there. And I didn't know it when, but the OSI guys came in, I guess, another way. I'm not really sure because when I went into the doctor's offices, they were there, but they weren't in the room. They were, and that's Jack Reed and Rick Doty were on the outside. I don't know if you've ever seen them before, but they're like these gray panels that are about 5 or 6 feet tall. Then there's that wavy glass on top of them. That was the separation point of where they examine you and whatever they do in this large room or this office. And within that room where I was located there were 2 doctors, a short one and a taller one. And they didn't tell me their names or anything. They had their white coats and stethoscopes and all that stuff on. I mean, asked me to strip down, which I did, down to my. I didn't wear boxers. I wore them whitey tighty things, but they make a joke about that. But sorry. So I sat up on this table as he asked me to do, and he checked everything: my knees, my reflexes, my hands, throat, ears, nose, eyes. Looked at my back, looked under my arms, just some strange thing. But after about 10 minutes of that, they were asking me how I felt during that whole process, and said, you've been through quite an ordeal. And I didn't know what they knew or not. And I just said, yes, sir. I said, I haven't slept in a while. And I remember the tall one shaking his head. He goes, I understand. And they went over a few feet away from me by his countertop, and there was a nurse in the room too. And they were whispering to each other. And of course, I couldn't make out what they said. But the shorter one, he turned around and grabbed a vinyl glove and popped it on. And I just went, oh, as a nurse in the room, come on, man.
Right.
When he snapped that glove, I just rolled my eyes because I pretty much knew what was coming, And they walked up to me. He goes, Seniorman Woods, he said, do you mind if I take a look at your gums? That was the last thing in the world I ever thought about hearing.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
I mean, I was ready to roll over and tuck my knees to my chest,
Right.
And I questioned. I said, what? Sure, okay. Thought I was going to get out of something, and make this less invasive. But that man took his index finger and thumb, and he went into my gums, top and bottom, under my tongue area, and squeezed my gums. I don't know how long he was doing it for, but it was uncomfortable to have a grown man put his fingers in your mouth and then just go right down your entire jawline, squeezing, looking at your teeth. I didn't have any cavities, nothing like that. Never have had at that time. And
a lot of pressure. Was he putting?
Yeah, really squeezing my gums hard and roofing my mouth. He's pushing with his thumb. I mean, it was like I've never been examined in my mouth like that before, even by an oral surgeon or a dentist. I mean,
so why do you think?
I have no idea.
Okay, there must have been some other case that they had where something was implanted potentially into somebody else's mouth. I mean,
yes, could be.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? But that's strange, man.
It was extremely strange. I mean, I felt more violated with that than I would have with the other thing.
How long did that last?
A couple of minutes.
Yeah, maybe
2.5 minutes or so. Wow. 3 minutes.
That's weird, man.
Yeah, and I didn't. I was like, well, okay, what's next? You know what? I mean, they didn't take the wooden spoon and hold my tongue down. I mean, this was just a finger party or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was very strange. And so then they went over together and they talked some more. And then the tall one came back and he said,
radiation exposure side effects.
Wow.
Gums might show early signs like bleeding due to damage to blood vessels or bone marrow issues. Okay, so thank you, Ryan. It's probably a better explanation than mine. Radiation damage. That makes total sense.
So
you learn something new every time you talk about it.
yeah.
But they didn't tell you that.
No, sir.
No.
They did not tell me that at all.
Yeah.
But the tall doctor walked back over. He's a few feet in front of the shorter guy. And both wore glasses, military glasses, same as I had. Everybody had the same. And he goes, Senior Airman, would you know you have a couple of burns on your body? He said, you mind if we take some skin samples? That was a complete surprise to me. I said, what? He goes, you have some burns. He says, and he pointed to me. He said, you got a burn up here above your right eye, and you got some burns on the back of your hand. And I was trying to piece that together. Where did I get burned from? And then I thought, literally, when I had my beret on, it came down like this, Oops, it goes, as you put on a beret. It's different. So that is exposed. And then the back of my hands where I had my flashlight. And that's all I could think of. So there was radiation coming off this thing. But I never knew that it lightly burned my skin. And I didn't feel it at that time. I didn't feel it till a day or so later. So the nurse brought up a little silver tray, maybe a 5x8, and there were 2 vials on it. And they weren't glass, they were metal also, like a stainless, and they had these rubber corks in them. And when he opened one, there was a tool in it. And it was a pincher thing of some type. And he pinched off a piece above my right eye, put the whole tool and all inside that vial and corked it back up, laid it on the tray. And then he opened the other one up, and he took 2 samples with the same tool off the back of my hand, like over here and over here, and put that in there, corked it up, handed it back to the nurse, and she walked away. So they discussed a few things, a few more minutes. And I remember, when you see somebody thinking about something, they take a stance sometime before they do, and the hand across, or arm across the stomach, and then a hand up here. Either they're going to ask you something, or they're debating something, or there's a final decision coming or something. So he turned to me in that position, and he said, Senior Woods, you can go ahead and get your clothes back on now. I think we're okay. He said, if you have any effects or anything like that, he said, please let us know, anything we can do for whatever. And I was like, okay, I'm fine. I feel fine, I'm just really tired. I need to sleep. And he said, well, maybe you can get some sleep now. And I said, well, thank you. I was trying to be as cordial as possible because I knew I was in trouble.
Yeah.
So I got dressed. The OSI guys were gone, along with the GS guy in the suit. And
was it painful when they took the skin samples?
Just like a pinch.
Okay.
I mean, like you'd feel a shot. Not really.
Okay.
Oh, and they didn't really, I don't think they had round Band-Aids. They put 2 small strips.
Okay.
And one above my eye.
Okay. Do you think that the radiation, so it would have been radiation burns that you suffered on your hands and your face. Do you think that was from when you were sitting in the car because the light was coming from the right side? Or
I think when I used my light and flashed across the top of the vehicle, I think that exposure, looking dead at it with nothing between me and it, in my hand in this configuration. I mean, I was holding on to a blue bulb up here with my left hand, but I was seeing it clean as a whistle, just there. There was nothing interrupting my visual sighting of that, at all. So the only thing that I could surmise was that my hand was outside of my glove with a flashlight in it for a few seconds, and my face was exposed for a few seconds with my beret on and all the stuff that I had on. That's the only place that I thought it could come from.
Okay.
And then he put the Band-Aids on me and told me I could get dressed after that, which I did. And when I came out of that room, as I said, the other people had left, and the staff driver was there waiting on me, and got back in the vehicle and went back to the commander's office. And, of course, I had to repeat the same thing with reporting in, knocking on the frame of the door room, the door. Everybody was back in there except the deputy base commander. He wasn't there any longer. And so I went in and reported in and everything, and he had me sit down. We went back over a few things, and then he said, I need you to write this entire thing up. He goes, he gave me a form, and I don't know what form it was. Gave me a Skillcraft pen, our black Skillcraft pen, which I still have one today. And, you can do a lot of things with a Skillcraft pen. You can adjust your sights on your M16, everything else with it. You can do all kind of stuff with it. So he put me in a little meeting room, kind of like what you have right here, at an oak table, and said, I need you to write up this entire, no matter how long it takes, I need you to write everything that you remember, for the entire duration, for the entire incident. I said, yes, sir. So he pulled the door to, they stayed out there, and I sat there, and of course this was in triplicates, two carbons in there. So I print very well, and it took 3 pages I printed everything that I just told him, with the exception of what I saw out that right window. I never admitted to that whatsoever, ever. And when I handed it back to him, when I came out, I had to report back in, even though I come out of that little break or that little meeting room, and I had to come back and stand in front of his desk and reporting as ordered, sir, and hand him what I just written. He looked at it and he read it, went through all 3 pages of it, and he sat there for a few minutes. Then he looked up and looked at over at Jack Reed, Captain Jack Reed, and he got up and came over, and he had a form for me to sign. And he said, you're not allowed to discuss this, talk this to anybody, including your wife or your parents. And of course, my father was gone at that time, but anybody that you know does not have privilege to know this information. He says, if anyone from any news media or, news stations, they didn't say media back then, they had a different term for it.
If the Limitless podcast asked you to come on
47 years later,
yeah.
You're not allowed to discuss this. Nothing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I felt a little relief because not striking the site was never mentioned. And I thought that was the biggest problem, was that I didn't go on that site to tell them what the problem was.
Not striking the site.
Striking the site means to do a discovery of why the alarm went off. The alarms. Like there was a 2-pronged alarm, so one was above ground, the other was below ground. So I never had to address that again. And I thought that was my biggest fear. Not what happened, believe it or not. That's the way that's the way you're trained. It's ingrained in you, is I was unable to do my job. And I thought that was what they would get me for, if anything. So after that, after he read all that and disclosed all that to me, and then read me, what my rules and what my rules are as far as discussing this with anybody, and I signed it, I didn't get a copy of anything. I didn't get a copy of the medical report. I didn't get a copy of what I signed. Nothing. Not one thing.
It doesn't
I
exist.
only wish that I had the security police blotter from back at the site, because it had everybody's name and rank and social security numbers on it, and I could find Michael Johnson through that. And that's what I've been seeking for years, trying to obtain that information. But
I just wonder if the difference between you still being here and Michael Johnson, I hate to get morbid with it, but I mean, like, did they erase him? Did they eliminate Michael Johnson physically? I mean, could the difference between you having to sign something and going on and living the rest of your life and Michael Johnson not, could it have been that you didn't expose the fact that you saw these 4 beings, and maybe he told them too much. Maybe he was, they thought that he had too much information to continue on. I mean, it's feasible. It's very feasible.
Very.
Yeah. So whatever it was, you handled the situation as a 23-year-old. I mean, to handle the situation like you did is brilliant.
I had no other. I I just knew there was no other way. I mean, I was a provider and I was a husband and a newlywed, and I just knew it was going to change. Whatever my answers were would change my future completely from what I had, originally set out to do. And being in the middle of South Dakota in a wintertime without a job or in any money income whatsoever other than your military paycheck is a very scary thing.
Yeah.
By myself is one thing, but when when you're married, you have responsibilities.
Yeah.
And
why did you decide ultimately to talk about this?
why did I decide?
Yeah.
When I never spoke about it until after I was laid off from the U.S. Department of Energy, and I was in Oak Ridge, Tennessee when that happened. 96.
Okay.
And I didn't even tell the woman, my wife, we've been married 40 years. I didn't tell her until then. And I took her camping. I mean, I just kept it that close to me. I never discussed it with anybody.
It's your second wife.
Yes.
Just so people don't
Correct.
question the dating.
And then I sent 3 reports to MUFON, the entire incident, and tried to find Linda Moulton Howe, because she was a news reporter in Denver during that time in '77 when I was at Ellsworth, and they put her on the news several times. She was researching cattle mutilations, which I have seen 2 of them, and I saw those up near the Belle Fourche area in South Dakota, and I was working at Kilo Control when I saw that, and this was after my sighting. So, and I wasn't alone. I had a guy named Mark Wade with me when we saw that, but he outranked me by a few months. He's a good guy, though. We have the same initials. But so I wrote three reports, 3 different reports to MUFON. Never an answer, never anything.
And what?
Never discussed it with DOE. Of course, I got questioned about an occurrence in '77. So I had a total of 14 years? 14 years with the United States Department of Energy as a security inspector, which encompasses any and all acts of terrorism or anything like that. We're the response team for DOE and nuclear materials and sensitive nuclear materials in these weapons building complexes, of which there were 13. I don't know if that's that many now, but it includes all the Oak Ridge facilities, Los Alamos, Sandia. There's piles of them. Rocky Flats. Everybody has a little different thing in which they do. Pinellas plant here in Largo, Florida, which no longer exists. A plant's there, but of course that was done by General Electric, which is far beyond that now. But I never discussed it as I said I wouldn't, and I did talk to a sensei of mine who I told him one night we were on a post together, and I told him what happened, and he just couldn't believe it. I mean, he's a super guy, and we both kept it secret. I said, I'm going to tell you this, and I haven't told anybody else this, and I've got a cluster of friends that we've stayed together through our DOE days together, and we still communicate today. And half of them live in Tampa, which is and just north of Tampa. And after I told my wife, I took her camping and told her the whole deal. Right? It kind of set her back a little bit. She just looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" And I just said, "Well, I've hinted around at this a bunch of times, but I said, now I can tell you I no longer have a Q clearance with the Department of Energy." And I was kind of thankful, because every 5 years they do a reinvestigation of you. But if there's something that's in your background, they'll pull a random on you in just no time. Like I had one clearance, my first clearance took 8 months to accomplish, because I had 41 addresses worldwide, and we moved all the time. And once that was granted, it wasn't 2 years later they did it again. And before I left GE, they did it again. So that was 3 Q clearances or re-verifications of that clearance. It's got a got a number attached to it, which is attached to your name. And the reinvestigations, I mean, whatever they find, whatever they don't find, I don't know. But each time I was brought in before people, you just don't do these things and then just sit down or your clearance is granted. You sit in front of a board and they put you in the hot seat and they ask you questions and they go back and re-verify what you said before or anything like that. So it's a good system. It really is. But I never mentioned what happened because they had it in front of them. From DOD to US DOE, I guarantee they had it in front of him. And as I was told, as long as I was in this career field, in this nuclear program, and with DOE, I caught the latter end of the Manhattan Project. So the dismantling mainly. There was a few new things going on, but I never discussed what I was told not to by Colonel Spraker. And I think that did me good, because had I mentioned what I have just told you, had I spoke about that, I think they would have found a way to get me out of that PRP program and probably to dismiss me. And I couldn't afford that because, I had a new wife, I had family, I had kids, and it was a fearful time for me. It really was. And then when I went to Oak Ridge, it was the same thing, only on a more pronounced level because they had a much larger area office and they were directly connected to DC. And when my first clearance was completed, or the re-up of it from leaving Pinnell's plant, they went into another reinvestigation. And I was there for a total of 7 years there, and I went through 2 more. So to obtain or to keep my Q clearance, I probably went through 5 reinvestigations, and I don't know what kind of cost that is because they literally go back. My 3rd grade school teacher, Miss Wood at Miles Elementary, I don't know her age at the time, but they talked to her. Everybody in your neighborhood, anywhere you've ever lived, anybody that ever knew you, anyone that went to school with you, anybody that ever raced motorcycles with you, they find the deepest, furthest recesses that you can possibly imagine to talk to those people to get an idea of what kind of person you are. And I never at any time divulged anything that could eliminate me from that career field. And then in 96, of course, they had a reduction in force there in Oak Ridge, and I went out with a whole pile of people. And as they were dismantling, like K-25, the gaseous diffusion facility, and others. So, and then I ended up moving to Georgia, and went to work for a Norwegian shipping company out of Norway, which crazy how things happen, isn't it? And so that's where it puts me. But going back to that, in the missile field, as I said earlier, there are many instances or many other people that have had, sightings of these objects. And there was one in particular incident. The reason I use the word incident is because Arrow labeled that for me. Prior to that, people say, well, I like to hear your story, and this and that. And story is great. But I was told, and he told me, the man that interviewed me, 4 hours and 19 minutes, he told me that being that you were on duty and in uniform, responding to a situation at a given site, he goes, that is not a story. He said, that's a real legitimate instance where it becomes an incident. It's not a story. Right. So,
that's why I try to refer to it as an experience.
Yeah.
It's not a story. It's an experience. This happened to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's things I've forgotten, but
yeah,
it's just unbelievable the trail it's left behind.
Yeah.
Going back to the day that I came home, where I was able to call my first wife, to come get me that day from the SATAF building after all this was said and done. Not all of those people left. They stayed in that room, and I was excused. I was allowed to call my wife, and she came to pick me up. Of course, first thing that she said, was strange. I should have been out there 3 days and come in the morning of the fourth day. And I was in the next day at 3, I called her. It was like 3 o'clock when she came to get me because we lived in Rapid City. And she didn't know what had happened. And the first thing, there was no cell phones or anything like that. We were not allowed to carry cameras into the missile fields either. We couldn't photograph anything pertaining to an ICBM missile site. We couldn't, even though they're in plain view, you could see them all day long, but we couldn't take pictures. And if anyone was taking pictures, we'd immediately do something about that. We would stop them, question them, talk to them, and go up the higher channels to see what could be done, or call local law enforcement if that were the case too, because we had full arrest authority. The security policeman always does. There's no guards. Guards don't carry weapons if that's ever related to. Security policemen have authorities under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And we carry it out. But so the first thing she notices, she says, "What's with the Band-Aids?" And I just say, "I had something happen, something." She goes, "Are you sunburned?" I mean, quote unquote, "Are you sunburned?" And I didn't even know how. And I said, "No, I don't know what it is. I don't know." And she said, "Well, who have you seen?" She had all kind of questions. I said, "I can't answer these questions." And it made her mad, and I understand that. And because I went home and I was just kind of in a stupor, not a stupor, but I didn't really know how to deal with communication of the whole thing.
Yeah, you're still processing at that point.
And we discussed it a couple times, but never anything that gave up what happened or anything like that. And it was almost immediately, like the first couple of nights, I woke up in just dead sweats and bad dreams. I mean, real bad dreams that I couldn't even explain, or very hard to recollect what they were. I just knew there was something evil or something after me or something, and evil may not be the best word. Something unknown is a better way. So excuse me from that term.
Your subconscious had memory
Absolutely.
Of what happened while you were on the craft.
And I didn't really know I was sunburned. But like the second day is when I kind of felt it. I went, "Damn, I am sunburned."
Yeah.
Being a Florida boy, you know how that is. And
but it wasn't from the sun.
No, sir. And I guess it was. I started drawing pictures of pyramids. I had to draw pyramids with a pencil on paper, all different. I never knew anything about pyramids prior to that, and I had to find out everything I could about them. Charles Berlitz's book. With the Marine Sulphur Queen. I had to reread that. And then Eric von Däniken, Chariots of the Gods. I had to read that 1,000,000 times. And Star Wars came out that year. Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out. And I went to see that with my wife. And when it appeared, and it was in Rapid City on Main Street. The theater's still there. Because the memory is so clear. We were sitting there watching the movie, and it was pretty full, packed house, Steven Spielberg movie. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I was sitting there in amazement of what I was seeing, because I felt that there was something very similar, with the craft or with what was going on, and how that Roy guy, how he felt, And when he stopped at that railroad track and puts that flashlight in his mouth and he's reading that map, there's no GPSs back then. So, he was doing, as an electrician, that's what he was supposed to be doing, dispatched to go do what he did. And then all of a sudden that bright light hit him, and you can see his eyes are open. I mean, he portrayed it so well. You can see that his eyes are open, and something's like not hitting him, but it's as if he's being subjected to some type of waves or something, and those mailboxes are shaking. Of course, they're going to add the theatrics to it. But when that happened, I kid you not, I stood up, I turned to my left, and I exited that theater and ran out to that curb in front of that theater on Main Street in Rapid City, South Dakota. And I sat down and I just held my head, and about 4 or 5 minutes passed, and my wife came out there. And she says, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "I don't even know." I said, "I don't know," but I just knew I had to get out of there from what I was seeing. I feel like I'm living that. I was living that in the out in the missile field. And that was exactly what I said to her. And we went back in after about 10 minutes, so we missed a lot of it. We went back in.
Were you emotional? Were you crying?
Yeah, no, I wasn't crying, but I was extremely emotional about it, and I was apprehensive. I didn't want to sit where we were sitting. I sat way back in the back. There was an open seats back there up against the back wall or something like that on the lower level. And then as he's, carving this image out of mud or potatoes, mashed potatoes, and his kids were all watching him, I saw what he was doing. I thought, pyramids. So that just kept burning in my heart and my soul, the shape of these pyramids, or a pyramidal shape, which ended up being Devil's Tower. And I don't know if you've ever seen Devil's Tower, but that is a tremendous monument, I guess. I mean, it's not a monument, but a natural monument. It's
very strange. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And it just all jived. It just all came to a head, I feel. And of course, at the end, when that large object shows up and how it flips over, all I could think of was that sphere, at November 5 because of the size of it. And of course, in that movie, that thing was 100 times or 1,000 times bigger than that sphere. But that sphere was the largest thing I've ever seen in the atmosphere off the ground.
Let's dig back into the reconnection that you had with Michael Johnson.
With Michael Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes, as I was stating earlier, he, I guess it was about 15 days, may have been a little less, may have been a few days more. I was in my apartment. I was off. I was with my wife. 15
days after the incident.
After the incident. And nothing had been said, nothing had been discussed, or, nothing was done other than the fact that, I'm drawing pictures and reading everything I can find on pyramidal structures. And, there's just some hangover stuff about this that I just couldn't shake. My dreams were really, really strange. All of a sudden, I sensed Michael Johnson. And the apartment that I lived in, called Haynes Apartments, was like an enclosed type Holiday Inn, per se, turned into apartments. And they still exist. They're still there today. It may not be the same name, but they're still there. So you had a main hallway on the inside of the building, and then your doors were on the inside. So it opened up to a patio. We lived up on the second floor of the apartment. And I just sensed him for some reason. And then all of a sudden, just a second later, I get a knock on the door. I knew it was him. And I didn't know him from Adam's house cat because, we had really never got to discuss much at all other than where he's from. And I knew he was working vacation relief from that night. And when I opened the door, I said, "Michael?" He goes, "Hey, Mario, I had to find you." I said, "Man, I'm so glad you did." I said, "Please come in," and I introduced him to my wife. And he's a real light-skinned black guy, man, but he was so different. He just carried himself different. And from anybody else I've ever met, he was just very different. And I really, really liked him. And he goes, "We got to talk about what happened." And I said, "Yeah, I'd love to." And I said, "But my wife's here." He goes, he didn't care. He said, we got to talk about this. And I said, "Well, let me ask you," I said, "will you draw what you saw or what you remember? And I'll do the same thing to see if we come up, similar, items in drawing." And he says, "Yeah." So I either sat him at the coffee table and I sat at the dining room table, round table. It's all, it's a small apartment, so 8 feet apart. Sorry. And gave him like an 8x10 pad to draw on. And he draws the craft. He draws the sight. He draws the drone thing that came down, and the whole time he's frozen up, in my opinion. And we compare that, and everything's basically the same from a different perspective, but everything's basically the same. And I said, wow, man, this is intense. I said, I said, I don't know what happened to you. And he just looked at me and says, what are you talking about? And I said, you know, like, what? I said, I couldn't get you to respond to me or anything, you know? And he said, I heard everything. I said, yeah, but we had to peel your hands off the steering wheel. And he said something like, do you hear? Did you hear? And I looked at him. He heard, do not fear, do not fear. And then he said something that just blew me completely away. He goes, I saw your glove on a shiny floor. I said, what? I mean, he was going off in a direction that I had to catch up with. He said, I saw your glove on a shiny floor. Well, an F-150 has black rubber mat floors, you know, way preceded WeatherTech. And I said, my glove? He goes, yeah, your mitten gloves. Because the pilot gave me those gloves when I first arrived at Ellsworth. And I said, no way, man. I said, what shiny floor, Michael? Because I didn't recollect any kind of shiny floor. And I said, just a minute. So I ran in my bedroom. I kept my ditty bag right in front of the side of the closet. And I grabbed my bag and I came back out, and it had all my stuff in it, you know, except the stuff I change out all the time. I just unzipped it and I turned it over on the couch. Well, my wife didn't really like that, but I dumped it out, and there's my left-hand glove and no right-hand glove. And I just sat down thinking about that for a minute. I said, I don't know where that glove is. And you say you saw it on a shiny floor. He says, oh, yeah, I saw it on a shiny floor. So we had a pretty good discussion about that. The only shiny floor that I could think of was what was on that craft, perhaps, and I didn't have any recollection at that time of any of that.
But your glove was on your left hand? And
no, I had a left-hand glove. I did not have one on the right hand. Right. And that's what was missing.
Yeah. But he said that he saw your glove on a shiny floor. So could that have been the glove that was on your left hand when you went into the craft?
No, sir. No. I had the left-hand glove in my possession, but the right-hand glove was gone. So I don't know how that was missing. I don't know how that could have happened. But I didn't have it on when I went out the window, when I sat on the windowsill. But yet, it wasn't with my other one. And he saw it on a shiny floor. And making the connection of a shiny floor, there was no shiny floor anywhere. Even back at the launch control facility, there was no shiny floor anywhere.
So I guess I'm asking, when you were taken onto the craft and you had just the glove on your left hand, could the glove that he saw on the floor had been the one that was on your left hand when you were taken from the car?
It's a possibility. Yeah. But I don't remember putting it on. And I don't know if everything in the vehicle would have been removed or anything like that. I have no idea. But I know that I had the left one and the right one was gone. And I didn't even know that. I didn't even take that in consideration until that point in time directly. And I just shook my head and wow, where did my glove go? And there was more questions than answers, obviously. And he gave me his name. He wrote down his name. He wrote down where he's from. I know he wrote an address down of his parents' house somewhere in Chicago, Illinois. And the best identifying information I guess I could have other than the Social Security number, which he didn't give me that, but I put it in my Bible. And I keep sacred things in there, you know, and that was one of the most important things that ever happened in my life. And I had it there for years. And of course I moved, you know, had to go overseas and stuff. So I don't know where and when it vanished, but I have no idea where he is today, or have I had any kind of contact with him.
So you misplaced his address,
Or it
somehow.
fell out, or
Or it fell
something
out.
in my. I didn't take my Bible to Korea with me. I had a little pocket Bible, and they supply you with that. But I have no idea, and I have searched so many places and so many things, as has other people and real investigators, real life investigators.
How long was he at your house that day?
For a total of about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours.
Did you talk in front of your wife about this?
Everything.
Yeah, okay.
Everything.
So-
and she was just in awe,
Yeah.
And she's right up there in Tampa. You want to talk to her?
So she became aware of it. So
Yeah.
she's in Tampa now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it really,
But you didn't go back. You didn't go back and tell her about any of this, or this is your first wife. So yeah, gotcha. Okay,
Right.
okay. And you didn't tell your second wife about this until 1996 or
when I left DOE, yes, because I wasn't supposed to talk about it.
What else did you and Michael talk about?
What I saw out the right window, we talked about the beings, and he heard them, but he didn't see them.
Because he wasn't looking. He was fixated.
I don't know if he could.
forward.
Yeah, right. But he heard them, and he felt everything he said. He felt heat. I asked him, I said, did you have any burns on you? And to the best of my knowledge, he said no. Now, his window was up, as far as I knew, and, of course, that's the only thing that would have been shielding him from the exposure of that craft. And for me, the only time that I would have been directly exposed is when I was outside of the vehicle with my hand in the air and my face exposed, and that would have perhaps explained that. I don't know. But that was the last time I saw him. And he lived in the barracks. He asked people where I lived because we didn't know each other, and he asked people about me, and it had taken him 3 or 4 days to find someone that knew where I lived in Rapid City, and he made a special trip to leave the base and drive the 12, 13 miles up into Rapid City to come and find me at these apartments. And it was just a miracle that I was even there, because usually I was on the tennis court all day, or when I was off or doing something else in the mountains or something, in the Black Hills with my wife or something, fishing or something. But it just took me by surprise. But I couldn't believe I knew it was him at that door.
Well, it's like when somebody's calling you and you're getting a phone call and the phone rings and you know who it is before you answer the phone. I've had that happen dozens of times in my life, and it's always very, very strange.
Yes.
And that's a phenomenon that's a legitimately recognized phenomenon that people experience. Wow. So, yeah, it sounds like the same thing. So what else did you guys, what did he have to say about the interrogation or any of that once he got back?
He never did. He didn't discuss
that.
if he was talked to, interrogated, went to medical or anything like that. He never said that. I told him, they checked my gums out and all that. He never commented on any of that. He only commented on the incident itself and what happened that night and how he felt and what he heard.
Okay.
He didn't go any further than that. And then he was just gone.
Okay. I may reach out to your ex-wife and just send her an email or something and just ask her to confirm that she remembers the conversation with you and Michael Johnson, just because it'll add credibility to the story.
If you can get her to answer, yeah.
If she'll answer, yeah. I'll find her for sure. If you just give me the whatever information you know about her, I'll get her email address and send her an email. But
all right.
And I'll add it to this part of the episode.
Okay.
Right now, we'll insert the email and any response that we get from her, or not response.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll be.
Wow.
I think that'll add some credibility to it.
Hello, Matt. I can verify that there was a Michael Johnson. He existed, and on Mario's shift crew, and he did visit our home, I believe. I do not remember the conversation specifically. I believe we lived in town at the time, and not on base as I recall. I remember Mario coming home from his duty after the incident, and he was shaken and saying he couldn't say too much. I don't remember if he told me the whole story ever. I was in disbelief of what he did tell me. I remember him having to go back to the base to report. It was a big deal for him. I wish I could remember more, Matt.
Okay, yeah. So anything else about that final meeting that you had with Michael that stands out to you?
No, I don't think so. We, we set our cordials and everything that day, and the drawings, of the craft. I wish I'd have saved those. I don't even know if he took those with him or he left them there or what he did, but and the drone type sphere in front of the vehicle, and
yeah. And from there, just ghosted. You just never. You guys didn't exchange numbers or.
Yeah, he had my numbers and I had his numbers, and like I said, I put that in my Bible, and after that rest of the time there, and then going overseas and then coming back home, what happened, and everything just kind of blew right out of the water. I don't even know how I got my Bible back, because I didn't leave with much, or have much. And the pastor that presided over my father gave me that Bible. But I have searched forever for that, and trying to locate it. And that glove, man, it really blew me away with that glove.
With him seeing the glove on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So did he remember being inside the craft?
I don't know if he did or not.
Okay.
But he simply said, "I saw your glove on a shiny floor."
Okay.
And whatever that meant, because I couldn't make sense of it when he said it. And I said, and that's why I questioned the shiny floor. And I didn't think anything about that again until my first hypnosis with Bob Upton, when I saw some things that I hadn't seen before. And hypnosis is a strange thing. It really is. I never thought I could be hypnotized to start with. But there are ways, I guess, to inducing this calming of the mind, to let the subconscious come through and to be able to visually see that and then interpret it and put it into words. And that's my best explanation of it, because I just didn't think I could do that.
So what did you remember? You've done 2 sessions, right?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
what years did you do these sessions?
My last one was done in 23 with Yvonne Smith of Cerro in California, and it was done on the water, and meaning I was on a large sailing craft, which was very different. And of course, the first one was at my residence at home. And as I said earlier, they were replacing my roof that day from previous hurricane damage.
And what year was this?
That would have been 2018. Could have been 17, but I think it was 18. And I didn't bring it with me. I could have brought it with me for you to look at. But Bob Upton came up from, I think he came from Jacksonville. And he was a lead MUFON interrogator or investigator, and hypnosis. There's a term for it, specialist. And I guess Robert Hastings had several questions, directed questions that he wanted me to answer. So he really centered upon those phrases to try and get me to recollect and, see what I saw and that kind of things. And I think one of the first visions that I have is being removed from the vehicle on the passenger side of that F-150. And I don't remember being placed on any kind of a device, like a table or a gurney or nothing like that. It was, I remember hands on my shoulders from above. And I'm being led head first in that direction away from the vehicle. As I said, and the craft's over there, which is really perplexing. But I remember looking up and I saw U.S. Air Force on the side of that door on our security police vehicle. It said U.S. Air Force. And as I lifted up and looked at it, something just touched me here and laid my head back, straight back. And then I just kept hearing, like, do not fear. We're not here to harm you. Or I just heard things like that, kind of like in bits and pieces, not like what I heard in an initial contact. Like, do not fear. It was so clear and so clean that there was no question about it. But other than that, everything else came like as a staccato type effect.
And it was the recognition of what they were trying to articulate. It wasn't the exact words "do not fear," but it was the like they were telling you not through words necessarily, but
only in the very beginning when they approached the vehicle, it was actual words in my body.
Okay.
Do not fear. I mean, it was super clear, and there was no question of it. And it wasn't an audio type instruction. It was, or information relay. It resonated through me, and how that can be done, I don't really know.
Telepathic communication.
Yeah.
I mean, this is at the aerial school in Zimbabwe when you had almost 100
all those kids,
school kids. They
right.
all said the exact same thing that you're saying.
Really?
That there was a being that communicated to them telepathically, and they described the telepathic communication essentially exactly how you're describing it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Yeah. This was 1994 when that event took place. But yeah, so they were taking you from the truck to the craft, and that's what you remember is looking back at the truck and seeing U.S. Air Force on the side, and then having a hand
put my head back,
put your head back, and saying relax. And they're saying do not fear. They're saying they're not going to hurt you. At any time did they say what they were doing? Why the hell are they taking you? Right?
They did not.
No explanation.
And I can't, in that going in that direction, I can't for the life of me think other than there had to be something over to my right, like across the road, but I don't have recollection of that. Was there another vehicle or something over there? Because the main vessel or the main vehicle was over the site, not the direction which I was going. I was going away from it all, but being taken in. And the other thing was that I wasn't on a table or anything. I was in some type of like a triangular field. Was around my body, and I recollected that on the vessel itself, and that really came out in my second hypnosis with Yvonne Smith. I didn't know what it was, and I felt different with her than I did the very first time. I guess the first hypnosis. You've got to fight to get to it. If you want to do it, and you give into it, you still have to get through this inner veil that protects you, I believe. You have to break through this, I don't know if it's fear, I don't know what it is, that whatever it is protecting us has to be opened up or gone through in some way. And it was very difficult to do that in the first hypnosis because it was all so new to me. It was all so foreign, and it was totally unexplainable to myself to recollect something that you don't have a memory of in your conscious state. But when I did get through it, immediately these beings' faces were directly in front of me, just like that. I mean, just like that. And I'm not sure if that's when I went into AFib, or I remember I couldn't get my breath for a minute. And it's on this DVD. I couldn't relax because of what I was seeing that I just didn't believe, that I was fearing. And when I came to grips with that, in the latter parts of the whole session, I calmed down somewhat. But that initial impact is very difficult, and I That veil has to be opened to realize or see anything.
To access the memory.
Yes, it does. And it feels like you're peeling it out of something, really. You're not making it up. It's there. You got to let it through, regardless to how it looks or what it is, because there are many different aspects to this whole thing that I don't know if in conscious state that a human being could withstand it without just getting over there in that corner and curling up and going on to a new world or something.
It's like a built-in mechanism for humans to deal with trauma, probably.
Yes.
Yeah. Or just yeah. That's wild. That's crazy. And I can see you attempting to control the emotions as they come up as you go back. And I noticed this at dinner last night as well, where you take a pause and you take a breath and it's like I know that it's very difficult to go back to some of this stuff and to experience again and to feel it. And so,
and you can't help it.
No, I know. And just know emotion's okay. Like emotion is like natural, normal, and it's just a part of it. So just very much appreciate your willingness to, come on and explain this.
Wouldn't have it any other way, man. That's the only way it has to be told correctly.
Right.
I mean, there's no embellishment here. I don't work for any program. I only have my incident that happened to me. I'm not a part of anything else, or I'm not a director or anything. I'm not, I was just a security policeman on duty, myself and Michael Johnson, who I pray we can find, or I can find one day. They can come forward. And that's all we were doing, is doing our duty. And when it wasn't done, I feared what was going to happen from that point, but that never happened. But 8 months later, I got an assignment to Osan Air Base, Korea, and it was a remote assignment, meaning you go by yourself, and there should be some consideration. And I know on your orders it says, if accompanied, and I can always remember this verbatim, if accompanied, you'll proceed for 2 years. That meant accompany means your wife, your family, whatever you have. And when I went to Commander Spraker's office, and I'd never been in any trouble or anything like that would cause him to act that way. But I reported into his office. I went and knocked on his door. It was unannounced, and I had my orders in my hand. I just received them. I received them when I came back in from the field at debrief. Because when you have a guard mount before you go out for those 3 days, and on the fourth day when you come back in, you have a debrief also if there's something they want to discuss with you, anything. And Tech Sergeant Hawkins said, "Hey, I got some orders for you." And he handed me, and I said, "I just thought of that. I forgot all about that." He handed me those orders, a couple of copies of them. And oh, wow, man, because I was thinking, Aviano, Italy, or because I'd applied or requested all these other bases, like in Europe or something like that. That would be great, take my wife on something like that. And for, 2 or 3 years, you can go that long. And I saw Osan Air Base, Korea, and I was like, well, I didn't know anything about Korea at the time. It's a lot different now than it was then. But when I requested that day, when I went into his office and reported into him, and I handed him my orders, I said, "Yes, sir, I just received my orders." I said, "For Osan Air Base, Korea, and I have a report date or whatever the date was." And I said, "I'm requesting if I could extend for the 2 years, I can take my wife with me." And he didn't even look up at me. He just was sitting in his seat, and he just took his fist and he just balled it up and he slammed it on his desk like, bam. And he goes, I was a buck sergeant at the time. I got promoted in April and 77, so I was an NCO. And he goes, "Sergeant Woods," he goes, "you're going remote to Osan, and that's the end of it." And I didn't know how to even say anything. I mean, once he says that, it's pretty well over. There's nobody to appeal it to. And if you did, like went to the base commander or something like that, over a squadron commander, you're done, man. You don't do that. So I just, I didn't hang my head, but I was like, well, damn, I got to figure this out now. So I went back and told her, because she had said she'd go with me. And any country's pretty cool, I think, if you to the culture and everything else that you learn. And I told her, I said, I got denied a 2-year assignment. I said, I have to go remote. So I brought her back to Tampa before I left, and I had 30 days leave before I went overseas. So all the furniture got put in storage and all of that stuff is a normal thing that you do. And then I departed, and everything just took place from then. Yeah, it was a real different time.
Yeah, for sure. And that must have been, would have been challenging for your marriage.
Yeah, I definitely understand it. But getting back to the hypnosis, if I can, this field that I was in that I didn't even know, and the best way I know to describe it would be to take like a triangular field that's about 3.5 foot high, and it has a blue tint to it, and then you're in it, and it's as long as you are, and you're in your own little atmosphere, and whenever they do something, or if they, like a tall one took my right hand, and it was up like this, and I could only look. I had no control over any part of me, but had my hand bent back, and he was doing something to my wrist, and it hurt like hell. And I got mad. I said, you're hurting me. And, these things have very long fingers. They have I don't know if they got 4 fingers or 3 fingers, but I think there were 4 fingers. And the thumb was extremely long, but he wrapped around my arm right here. Like any tighter, it would have felt as if it was be broke. Wow. And had stopped me like that. And whatever he did, it just put great amounts of pressure in this part of my arm. And then it was done, and it just kind of tossed it down. But it went back inside of this blue triangular. I don't know if that's a modern day super technological table or what, but you're contained in it. And
I mean, it could have been whatever was keeping you unconscious, or
possibly,
like it could have been the atmosphere, the whatever was in that could have been just,
for me to
keeping
breathe,
you knocked out. Yeah, basically,
or that too.
Incapacitated, or So was it was as long as you are. So
yeah, it was like looking into a long triangle.
The point was at your head, or the point was
it was just cut off. I guess it was just cut off straight. It was behind me.
Okay,
I don't know, because all I could see was over top of me. It was like this.
So wider at your feet, then, like the triangle would have been wider at your feet and the point at your head
to accommodate the entire body. I think.
Yeah. But that was the shape, and it was
right.
a long triangle,
and it was blue. It wasn't hard. It was as if it was a field. It was like a blue field that I was inside of.
Sharp edges or curved?
Yeah,
sharp
like
edges.
the sharp edges where the apex came together was sharp. It was like a pyramidal structure inside of it, though, or a pyramid shape, I should say. And I don't know what the bottom was, but it wasn't cold like a table or anything. I just felt as if I was in it. And what I noticed, what got my attention, besides everything else going around me, was when he lifted my arm up. My arm was outside of that field. It was in his environment then, or its environment. And that's also when I saw the. We think they have these black eyes, right? That the filters, or whatever you call them, shields, were removed, and they had an eye that was like that big around, with a large pupil and a large iris. I mean, very large. And I don't know how I got the idea that they were shields or protection, but somewhere along the line I got that information that they're only for protection.
So how much bigger was his eyes than a normal human eye?
6 times, maybe four to 6 times.
And was it shaped the same way? Or
Round,
yes, round eye.
Oh,
and
round
so
eye.
not like like an almond shaped at all.
Well, no, that shape was there of the skull itself.
Okay.
But the eyeball itself
Okay.
is round.
Okay. Gotcha. And so did the almond kind of come up to the top left and right, or was it flat?
No, it kind of came up a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So kind of similar to
Very,
Ross?
very similar. That's why I
Okay.
stared at that a little bit ago. Everything has there's always a cause and effect.
Yeah. The pictures that you drew don't seem to have such an elongated skull, though.
Yeah.
The pictures seem to be more human-like on the skull.
My artistic capabilities are not very good at all.
Okay. But
There's a couple of others that I've tried, but it's so hard to capture that if you're not an artist, and I've never had anybody really sit there and draw it.
But is it different than a human-shaped skull?
Absolutely different.
Okay, so
Right.
larger.
Small mouth, small nose, eyes are very large, head much larger, very small ears. I mean, if that you can call those ears.
Okay.
Some are, from what I saw, there was a nubs of some kind.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what.
Like a hole or
Yeah, but some kind of a outer protection nub or something, or a piece like that little piece on your ear would be something similar to that.
Okay. And the nose itself, did it exist? I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so it wasn't
Very
just,
small though.
Wasn't just nostrils. There was actually a physical nose.
It was
there.
actually a small nose or a protrusion or a little raised area,
Okay.
and with nostrils
Okay. And the color of the skin?
would be. They weren't dark gray. They weren't gray. It was almost like a blue tint to these beings.
Wow. Okay. So
Like-
not like this behind us. More blue.
More blue.
Okay. Interesting. And anything, so was the tall one, was it like the same species as the small ones, or did they differ in any way?
I thought the tall ones were different species. I didn't think they were the same.
Okay.
And I relate that directly to the shape of the head,
Okay.
to the shape of the face, to the hands, and the overall structure was just different than the smaller ones.
They weren't built the same.
No,
Yeah. Okay.
and it got my attention. And I think also in my second hypnosis, there was a female tall one there,
Okay.
and I knew it was a female.
How many tall ones did you see in total that you remember right now?
2,
Two. Okay.
not including the one outside of the vehicle.
Okay.
2 in the craft and 1 outside.
Okay. Okay.
With the other 3 smalls.
So 3 tall ones in total. And you got the sense that one was a female,
Yes, I did.
and but the other 2 probably male? or-
Probably, if they have
If
difference
they-
in sexes, I
yeah.
don't know. But that one's actions that I felt was female were completely different than the taller one that was a male.
What gave
That I-
you the sense that she was female?
touch, looking, or seeming to pay more attention to me and my actions and what I was feeling.
Okay. It's almost like a nurse or something, like a
Possibly.
yeah.
I just felt a whole lot. I guess the Stockholm syndrome can set in on anybody at any time in any given instance, but I felt more of a connection with I'll say her than I did with anything else.
Okay.
And it was almost it was a settling feeling or effect.
Like she had compassion.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I feel the rest did not.
The rest were almost treating you like an animal or something, right? Like that you weren't even like conscious. It seems like it wasn't as if they were intentionally trying to hurt you. They just didn't care. Is that fair to say?
and they were going to carry out whatever their plans were, regardless of what I felt.
Yeah.
It didn't make a difference.
Yeah.
'Cause I guess they can make you forget. I don't know, but I feel that way. They can do whatever they want and then take that memory out of you
Yeah.
or away from you.
Yeah.
And that's why maybe you have that staccato effect that, many different visions are popping into your mind. And the more you explore this, they seem to come together a little bit better. And, I don't know if you ever get a seamless visual of any of this, but it seems as if the more you discuss it, the better it gets and the more relaxing that it becomes. Because in the very beginning, I couldn't talk about it. I mean, the very beginning, it was just difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've recalled about 2.5 hours, you think, of the total 5-hour episode. Would you about half of the time?
Possibly.
You feel
there are some other things though.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether this is under hypnosis or this is a very vivid dream, but I am taken by a small, you might want to call him gray or blue, whatever you want to call him, because that color, sometimes we don't know all colors. There's colors that we have no idea about.
Facts. Yeah. We see this much of a spectrum that's massive. Yeah.
And I don't know also if they can, I don't know if they can change that or not. I don't know if, I don't know. I think there's very little that they can't do. But I'm with a small one, and I'm walking on my own free will in this craft. And I'm taken into a room that's very bright, and at the very end of the room, and it's shaped very strangely, there's a window, and it's a round window, and it's black outside that window, and it looks, say, a round window. And then at the very bottom, say about the 7 o'clock position, if you're looking at it like a clock, there's a pie slice removed from it that you couldn't see through.
Of the
window.
Of the window.
And I'm told, again, inside my body, I'm told that I can look out the window. And I said, I'm not going to look out that window. I was afraid. It makes me shake inside right now. But he said, look around you. Look around you. And there's like old Singer sewing machines, old cash registers, old steam iron, not a steam iron, one that somewhere back in the 1700s, you'd put a piece of iron up on a stove top to heat it up to iron your clothes. There was that. There was stereo, old wooden cabinet stereo, old style TV with the black ball on top of it with 2 antennas coming out of it, like we used to have. It was like a history lesson.
All in this one room.
And
it was the physical objects that had been taken that they
like
had
a
placed.
museum.
Wow.
But not in any, it wasn't arranged in any particular order. It was just stuffed in there.
Just randomly.
And I got to look at all that. And then as I'm looking around, I'm going, wow. I'm saying that to myself. Wow, look at all this stuff. I know what all this is. Oh, and in the end of the room, there was a stand-up light that connects to the ceiling and the floor. It had those bulbs on it, like 3 or 4 bulbs that you could position anywhere in your home. They used to go up they would go to the ceiling of your house. We've had them in my houses before as being young. And you could turn the light pods anywhere you wanted them, but it had a regular incandescent bulb in it. It was something that a lot of people don't even know what they are, because everything today, you'd have a base on it and you'd have a pole and you'd have lights hanging off of it. But this is the kind that went to the ceiling, kind of like a shower rod, and then, and connect. And it was standing in the corner. And I was just amazed because I knew all those things. I thought, wow, I know what all this is, And then he told me to follow him. So I turned around and I'm looking at the walls and the flooring, and everything in that room had power on it. Everything in that room was lit up. even the baseboards, it was like vents, long vents on the bottom of the floor at an angle. There was looked like a computer board, but
Like a
only
circuitry
not
board?
like a circuit board, not green though, all white, and everything led to something else. The ceiling was done that way. Everything was like that. There was nothing that was untouched by that type of construction. And I followed this little guy out of there,
How big was this room?
maybe 15 feet long, maybe by 12 or 15 feet wide, but not squared. Had rounded walls in there.
Yeah, that's how they're all
Rounded
described.
walls, and had this shelving that, or whatever these items were sitting on, especially the iron where it was sitting. I just thought, how strange is that old iron there for? You know, an old iron that you heat up in a fire and not plugged in.
But you knew what that was.
I knew it all was,
prior
everything.
to going in. Do you think that that it was there to show you specifically, or do you think that this was like, who knows? I guess
I think they
right?
were like showing it off or something.
Yeah.
We've collected these things or something. And I felt as if it was some kind of a museum, and it was kind of junky in there. It wasn't put together really, really well. The room itself was like really well built, but the items in there were like way, way out of place. And I
Yeah.
felt it was somewhere they've stashed stuff and let me look at it. And then
You never looked out the window.
I never looked out that window. I was afraid to look out that
Okay.
window.
Do you think it was
It gives me
outside?
chills right now, man.
Yeah. Do you think it was outside, or do you think it was looking into another room, or no idea?
I think it may have been looking into space.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. And I was afraid to realize that, whether this is in hypnosis or a dream, I don't really know which it was, but
Yeah.
the clarity of it and the realism of it, and I've dreamt it more than once.
Yeah.
Then I'm told to follow him, and I'm looking down at the floor, and I'm talking to myself in this dream, and I'm saying, I said, there's power everywhere. I said, well, how do you do all this? And no answer, and I'm following, and we go down this hallway, step over something on the floor, like a raised area. I remember stepping over it, and then as soon as I stepped over it, he turned to the left and went in this, opened this door, not like a door like this. And I never saw anything open this way or go up and down or slide. I just know there was a doorway. He walked into it, or the being walked into it, and I was to follow. And as I stepped in that room, it was like full of steam. And then the whole back of him just vanished, like the steam just overtook him. And I kept walking, and then I wake up. I walked into it, and then I wake up and, get my thoughts together at 3 o'clock in the morning. And they're also, I don't know, I have certain times that 1:11, 3:13, 4:11, that just wake up, just sit up in my bed sometimes. I mean, I do it today, and I keep a room in the back of the house because I work in 12-hour shifts. It's very difficult to sleep during the day shift, or during the day and having to work all night. And so I have a room that's all darkened out that I can sleep in, and to just abruptly sit up in the middle of your bed at 1:11 or 3:13 or 4:11 is it's unnerving, and I know a few people that happens to quite a bit. We stay in close contact, and we always keep track of our times. And some of my friends, they'll have a bloody nose, or there'll be blood on the sheets. Don't know where it comes from, or don't know where don't you got a cut somewhere or a scrape or something. Don't know where that comes from. Very strange.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what else do you remember from being in the craft based on the hypnosis?
Well, I'll have to move on to, The scariest thing was in the first hypnosis, I'm in some type of a liquid. I'm in like some kind of a black gel. And I'm so afraid. I mean, I am just, if I ever had fear in my body, I have it because I think that I'm going to die because I'm on my back. Don't know if I'm dressed or not, which had to be undressed because, I mean, a parka's got a fur hood and all that stuff on it. I mean, there's no way you could be in that in clothing, I don't think. You couldn't be. But in a completely dark, black room, no lights, and you're in something that feels like Jell-O or oil or some type of a heavy viscosity liquid, and you are right up to your nose and eyes in it, and you are so afraid to move because you'll submerge yourself. And I don't know how long I was in it, but it was the most fearful thing I've ever felt in my life. Even more so than being trapped under something or like in a cave or, I think I've become kind of claustrophobic over the years, and I don't know why. Never was before, and now things like that will bother me. And I don't know how long that I was in that, but I know I was in something. And I wish I could have. I wish that I knew those things back in the time where Michael Johnson came to my apartment to ask him the same thing. Did he feel or remember that or see anything like that? That bothers me because I have so many questions for him, today. The second hypnosis was done in Los Angeles at the, Marina Del Rey.
Were you able to move in this black liquid? Did you feel like
I could, but I was afraid to.
Okay, yeah.
Because I felt as if I would sink.
Okay, yeah.
And I don't know how long I laid in it, and I don't know how I got out of it.
You're just trying to float.
I was just absolutely trying to float, and there was nobody with me. I completely was alone and just completely alone.
Yeah.
And that in itself is very, very hard to contend with. Not knowing that a few seconds, you don't know where you are. And you just don't know. You have no control. You have no say-so to do anything. I could have yelled, but even that, if I yelled, I worried about, worried about exhaling breath too much and I would go under. So I wouldn't. I just laid there, eyes moving, rolling around, questioning everything, trying to come to grips with what's in my mind and what I was feeling.
And what did you see? Was there a ceiling? Was there like
no? I was like, honestly, it felt like I was in the dark sky by myself, just looking straight up.
Wow.
But knowing that I'm in a liquid, don't know how wide that was, whatever if you want to call it a pool or whatever it could have been. I have no idea. Nothing touched me while I was in there. I just felt horribly and utterly alone. And it's the first time I've ever felt dread. And I never want to feel that again.
Yeah. So, I mean, the attitude that they had towards you, do you recall any specific actions other than when you were taken and when they were messing with your wrist, when you were on the craft itself? Did they do anything that you can recall? Did they touch you or push you or move you or probe you or take samples or stick you with anything, or do you anything like that?
I don't recall any of that.
Okay.
Not to say it couldn't happen.
Yeah.
Because I do have 2 marks on my body. I don't know where they came from.
Yeah.
And one's on my inner left ankle. I sent pictures of those.
So have you ever been checked for implants of any kind?
No, not to my knowledge. I haven't.
Okay. I mean,
My friend Terry Lovelace now, he's really got some stuff going on with him, and he's been scanned and x-rayed and all in his left leg. I mean, he's got some real strange stuff in his leg.
Mm-hmm. Would you be open to getting checked to that if I could? Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. All right. That might be another follow-up from this. What else do you remember about the craft? So did you ever see any walls with 90-degree angles, or was everything curved and just kind of? People often describe crafts, abductees, as being like almost like they're 3D printed or something. Like they're like there's no 90-degree angles. Everything is just like very, very artistically curved, I guess is a way to describe it. And any thoughts on that?
I didn't see any 90-degree angles. And every single flat source was used, had a power source to it, as a computer board would. Every single thing had an electrode, or if you call it that. Every single thing was under power. Every single thing was known about. Every part of the floor was active. Every wall, and there wasn't any electrical sockets to plug into. Everything was lit from within and around. I didn't walk in any rooms or anything like that, or led to any rooms where the light came on. It was just that way. Everything was. There was no dark recesses. There wasn't any. There wasn't anything that wasn't utilized. Everything had a purpose. And if I may, I'm going to go from there to my session with Yvonne Smith, because that was not video recorded, but the sound, the audio was. And she has a way that really goes along with the human experience of how to get you in that state where you can talk about these things. And as I said, my first hypnosis, I am positive, put me in AFib. So after that, I saw my cardiologist and had to go through the cardioversion. And what was crazy about that is I'd never had any problems whatsoever before. I've always been an athlete. I haven't done a lot in the last 2 years. I've had some injuries and caring for my wife. But my cardiologist did this cardioversion. So I was put back in normal rhythm. Everything was good. And about 6 or 8 days later, I had a horrific dream. Nuclear implosion or explosion, tidal waves. I mean, I wanted to wake up. When I woke up, I wanted to run, but there was no place to go. I mean, literally, I was just seeking refuge. And the moment my eyes opened, I just jumped, Went back in the AFib again. And of course, this time insurance didn't cover it the way it did the first one. So that set me back a little bit, but I thought, I better keep this stuff out of my mind, because I don't need to keep doing this. Eventually you have a heart attack and die from it, I guess. When I went to November 5, when I went out there with Discovery Plus, I really felt that way. When I saw that site again and walked on that missile site, or walked in November Control and then went out to November 5, but then again when we went to New Lake Reservoir, it was overwhelming. And if it wouldn't have been for Rich Emberlin, I'd have missed 50% of that whole trip. And, you know, that's 2,000 miles away from where I live. And to ever get back there again would just about be impossible for me at present. But to have that one time and to have him be responsible by telling that producer, we're going to Newell Lake Reservoir Dam. I don't care what's going on, we're going there. And we went. And I had not been back there since that time. And it was only my second time there. So it was all so new and it was so hard to take in. I've never let Rich forget that. And he's one of my best buds today, you know, and we still talk about, he proposed he wanted to do a roundtable meeting there. He wanted to advertise it at first and then go to Newell if the people would talk to us. Maybe there's some family member that remembers some of this or has heard of it. And we were just going to have like a roundtable with the Chamber of Commerce or somebody and get people to come in, supply food and, you know, drink and water and talk about this thing because Newell's a real close-knit community. And they're extremely nice people. But you can't go in there like some kind of demanding stuff. I mean, you have to know these folks. They're hard-working people. To live there, Newell's a beautiful place, but in that wintertime, that 8 months of that wintertime is barbaric. And I've seen it so cold and have such respect for those people who live on those prairies and those homes and manage cattle. You know, we once helped a rancher get to his cattle that he couldn't get to. So we used a front end loader each site had a front end loader, and it was basically for removing snow or whatever. And the facility manager went out there with him and got a way to get to his cattle. And then from that point forward, every time our flight was out in the field at November, in the holidays, they would bring food to our site. And it was the coolest thing. It really was. They're good people. But to do this roundtable meeting there, maybe someone recollects or they have a family member that remembers, would be a really cool thing to do. And I'd love to do that. But I'm really not sure how Discovery Plus is going about all that anymore. It's been a few years. So, but that's an idea. But to move on to my second hypnosis with Yvonne Smith is really amazing because I guess getting through that veil the first time and having to take, I have to take this thing called amiodarone. And I hadn't taken it in a long time, but my doctor told me, he says, you ever feel this stuff coming on? He says, have one of these in your bag. I don't know how potent it is and what its direct use is, but so I told her about this thing, and she put that thing in a napkin and held it in her hand and then hypnotized me. And she was standing ready with that amiodarone. I said, if I come out of this thing and I'm in AFib, I said, you got to help me here and give me that pill. She is so good, though. But her way of getting you where you need to be and almost picking up where you left off from the previous time, even though years later, is undescribable, really. Because she took me right there. She took me not only in that craft, but she took me to the examination room where that triangular position is there again. And come to find out, Michael Johnson was in there with me, and he was laying directly opposite to me. So his head was not far from mine, directly behind me. And Michael Johnson says to one of the little guys, he's mad, and he says, why am I here? And the little guy said, because he's here. Quote unquote, because he's here. Now, I said that, but it was the most natural thing in the world because I know I heard that. And prior to that, I'd never heard it before. Additionally, there was something placed behind my left ear, and I always thought it was like a crab or something. There was a device or something set, and it was cold. It warmed up, but when they first put it there, it was cold. And it was set right here behind my ear like this. And I don't know if it gave my vitals or what it did, but I noticed that the tall one kept looking up and over me like he were looking at something. And it never made sense to me what he was doing besides what he's doing to my wrist until that female came in. When the female came in after he finished my wrist, then she kind of took over. And she did other things. I also had a hand on my shoulder, and I think that was a reassuring type grip or something like that. And wow, it gets me going right now. But yeah, Michael Johnson was really, he was upset that he was in there. And I don't know what was done to him, but I suspect it was basically the same thing. And whatever they wanted, whether it was DNA material or reproduction material, DNA material, or whatever they wanted, they were going to get. And they got what they wanted. And the room was completely, what's the word? You didn't see like lights and instruments anywhere around you. It was as if they just not appeared, but were just there when they wanted them. Or I don't know where they reached to get them. Like you'd see one of our doctors roll up a tray next to you, or, you know, like in a doctor's office, but that wasn't done that way. It was almost as if it was just maybe brought out from above or something and used. And I can't describe the devices nor what was done with them, but I know they vibrated. I know they made sound, like a dental tool or something like that. They never went in my mouth or nothing. And again, I'm still in this field. I don't know if it's for my protection or their protection.
Or to keep you unconscious.
Or to keep me unconscious.
Yeah, or sedated or whatever.
Oh, man, it just makes me shake. But this thing, I'd never known about this until her. And I don't know if Michael Johnson had one or not. And I would love to talk to him about that. There's so many questions I have for him.
Did you ever feel it? Did you ever touch it?
No, I couldn't reach it or feel it. Okay. I just know it was behind my ear. And the way it felt at first, because it was cold. And when it was put on me, it wasn't put in the right place. And then it was moved. And that's why I felt like it was I call it a crab. I said I felt like there was a crab put behind my ear. She tried to get me to describe it, and then, to the best of my knowledge, I really couldn't describe it other than something that form-fitted behind my ear into my structure.
Yeah,
I guess.
I mean, if you didn't see it, how could you describe it?
I couldn't. Yeah. But I know it was there, and as I said, then the tall one, after the one that messed with my wrist, moved away, and then what I thought was a female moved in, and everything that she did was done inside the field that I was in. Her hands would come inside and push on my stomach, my sides, this area down here beside my groin area. Yep. It never at all violated me in any way, at all. And that's why I always feel for Whitley Strieber, because of what happened to him. And there again, I don't know if it was the same species, and I want to talk to him about that. But when everything was done, we were escorted to our vehicle, both of us. Michael Johnson was put back in that driver's seat, and I was put into the passenger seat.
So you remember this?
Yeah. And we were put down where I opened my eyes. Then I didn't remember any of that, what I just described to you.
You don't remember when your clothes came back on, or none of that?
None of that.
You just remember being escorted to the back to the vehicle.
Really big, bright place. But on the way there, I looked around in that craft, and we were in that big craft, I would suspect, because it seemed to be the stories in it, or the sheer height of it. was on a scale that's very hard to describe, but I knew it was the inside of a sphere. And there were the small ones were everywhere.
Really?
Everywhere. And they were like not in cubicles, but in areas. They were working in areas as far as I could see. I mean, in every direction. They were just everywhere. I mean, not like 10, but like there was 1,000 of them in there or something. They were just everywhere. And I got in that vehicle on a flat surface. The floor was illuminated, or I thought it was illuminated. It was extremely bright. As I said, everything is light. There was no dark spaces at all. And I get in that vehicle and the doors close behind me. And the next thing I know, I wake up and I just open my eyes and I'm New Lake Reservoir Dam. Just that fast, just like that.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I couldn't have done that without her. And I would do a third session if I could, because I would, and I'd have to have that videoed, I would. Now, we have an audio on that, and there's probably some things I've left out, but I've tried to recollect everything that was discussed with her, because she is just one of a kind. And as I said, she heads up CERO. You can look her up. She's in Los Angeles, and they're doing something right now where they want experiencers turned into, or they want to train experiencers to be hypnotists, I guess. And she's fully accredited, and everything that you can have in that field, she has the background and accreditation for it. So.
Couple more questions.
Please.
One, the clothing that they were wearing, both the short ones and the tall ones.
Yes.
How would you describe the clothes that they were wearing?
Close fitting, very tight fitting, very utilitarian, but militaristic in some way, like that would signify a rank or a level of what they're doing. I guess for
their job or their their function,
right,
or whatever.
And I know that tall one in out of that four, that tall one was in charge, and those small ones were just like worker bees, and the inside the craft, that the tall one that hurt me, he wasn't in charge. The female was in charge, and that's why he left. I think when he hurt me, I think they didn't mean to hurt me. And the other thing's been postulated was I lowered in that gel maybe to offset possible radiation contamination. I don't know. It's been said to me, but I have been contaminated in my life by our own sources working for the Department of Energy, and they don't do anything like that to you. They just scrub the hell out of you and then put you in a scanner to see if you've got anything inside your body.
So what about the clothing indicated a rank or a job function? Was it
just different folds in the uniform? I didn't see like lapels with a rank or anything like that on it. Just different, and there were different insignias, and one insignia looked something like a like a 4-pronged line with something in it. I really couldn't concentrate on those. And then it was completely different inside the craft. They were completely different than what they were outside. And then in the craft is when I saw the eyes without this protection. So that was different to take in from what you normally hear.
So outside they had the protection on, the black, almost like they're wearing sunglasses or something.
Yeah. But literally in the eye. I mean, that's what gets me. How do you peel those out of there?
Right.
How do you remove them?
Right.
Or is it some type of an eyelid that submerges itself into the body or something?
Yeah, it's clearly not sunglasses because you're talking. This is 1 o'clock in the morning, but potentially it it's like whatever they not. Oh God, I'm losing
like
sight of the technology. But for knowing, for being able to, like what Terminator would see, as he's walking around.
different hues or views, or Predator for that matter.
Exactly, right.
I see that. What gets me though, when I think about protection from our environment, but yet inside that craft, it's bright like sunshine.
Yeah. Yeah.
What sense does that make?
When you could see 1,000 of them, or when you saw hundreds of the little worker bees all over the place, were they all wearing a tight fitting uniform as well?
Every single one of them had on something.
Okay.
None of them were naked or no clothing at all. They had on a close fitting. I saw something. I saw a couple in black, in a black type outfit with not pointed, but like real creased sleeves, very very high creased sleeves, and I don't know what was on their hands. A mid-waist type of a belt. And
mid-waist, meaning like belly button area?
And just like where that one was located on that one was in some type of a mid-level area that was behind a belt or a retaining device that went around its body.
Okay.
And these waists I'm talking about weren't but about like that.
Wow. Okay.
Very small.
Yeah.
But the bigger one would be like that.
Really?
That's the difference, yes.
Wow. Okay.
The facial structure completely different than the smaller ones to the larger one. More pronounced. It looked like it was a super old version of the smaller guys, like a couple of 100 years difference or something.
Really?
Yes.
Huh. Okay.
I guess
it could be the same species.
Could be
just aged.
Yeah. Could be a tall gray, as people call them, or a short gray.
Right.
But there again, it's not gray. It's like a bluish color. The skin is like a bluish color.
And skinny arms, skinny legs.
Yes.
Yeah. Skinny. No muscular tone to them, really.
No indentations of any kind of muscles that I could see.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Just kind of bone structure, do you think? Or
more than that, a fleshy structure, but you didn't, like you have muscles.
Yeah.
Didn't see that or any veins popping out or any muscles moving. It has to be. I mean, they have to have something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So when you say insignias or whatever, that like I get like the collars would be different or maybe not, you wouldn't even call it a collar, but like
this part of the uniform was different.
Yeah. Yeah.
This V kind of thing on the taller ones. But there was some other some type of there was some type of a line insignia. When you showed me that one over there on that vase, it kind of brought that up to me. But it was a curve, and then there was 4 straight lines on it. It was a curve like that, and there was like 4 straight lines. And I saw that more than one time, and probably about the size of a 50-cent piece. I mean, I try to notice everything. And to take that in your brain is just you almost question your own existence, or you question whether you're dreaming or you're in the real world.
Totally get that. Yeah, totally get that. What about the yellow, the wand that was on the one guy's chest and the one guy's belt that you saw yellow?
Yeah, when he first approached, the one on my left, the furthest one out, he had that in his belt.
Yeah,
and is about the size of a quarter, I would say, and it was glowing that color, that yellow gold, I guess, and it makes you look at it. There's no way you can't. Of all the things going on, you're drawn to that thing, just like a bug to a bug light, I guess. And then to move your eyes to see what else is there, to take the whole picture in, and then the tall one having this, I want to say it was an octagonal design right here below the chin, the chin, and it pulsating just like the one.
Yeah.
It was the same color. So was there a direct link between the two? I don't know.
No, any idea what that could have been used for? Or,
no.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
And I think that movie Communion with the Whitley Strieber. Think there's one that comes into his room, and it's got that one, and it just, as he sees it, it just kind of takes him over. And that's the only recollection that I would have on how something like that could be used or what it would be used for.
Well, good, man. This is, I think we probably need to get to a conclusion here. We've gone a lot of, I want to say 4 or 5 hours probably. Time has flown by.
Wow.
I know. So it's going to be a long episode as it is, but amazing, fascinating experience that you've had. Yeah, and thank you so much for sharing it with the world. I know
My
that,
pleasure.
a lot of people like see weird things. A lot of people have had abduction experiences and they just don't talk about it. They just push it aside and don't, again, if it's not fitting into reality, then it's going to be pushed down and pushed aside. But you having that courage to come out and tell people about this,
Thank you.
I just think it's like the most important thing that we can do is talk about these experiences and just get the information out there so that more people can feel comfortable about sharing their own experiences, and B, so that we can start to put together some of the puzzle pieces and understand like what is this reality that we're living in. And it's a big freaking universe, man. I mean, there's undoubtedly an incredible amount of life out there and advanced technology out there. So,
way advanced.
Yeah. So starting to understand that's critical.
I'd like to tell you one more thing.
Please.
And I can do it in a few minutes, I believe.
Okay.
December 17th, 2017, in my home at present, I was in my bedroom in the back of the house because I was working 12-hour shifts. And I woke up standing at the foot of my bed. And this is an old wrought iron type bed that came back from the 1800s. It was moved across the states, probably by wagon. Got it in outside of Rapid City, South Dakota. And the frame interlocks together how beds used to be made out of solid wrought iron. It's heavy as lead. Literally, it's iron. I woke up standing next to it at the foot of that bed, looking directly at the northern wall in that bedroom. And there's a stand-up dresser right here and another dresser, because I love T-shirts. I have a lot of T-shirts. And there's a small void of about 2.5 feet between the two dressers on that north wall. And when I opened my eyes, I saw sparks about the size of that curtain over there. I saw sparks like that in a circle, like 5 or 6 feet in diameter. Very large. And I just caught the end of it because my door burst open, and it was my son. This is a little after 4 o'clock in the morning. And my son says, "Dad, what's going on?" And I was completely taken aback by what I just saw, and then him breaking into my room like that, because it woke him up too. And I don't know if you know this, but you have low-level alarms like on your stove, your microwave, your refrigerator, or it's low-voltage alarms. And they sound off in the midst of low voltage that they can't operate on, but yet there's still voltage there. Everything in my house that has a low voltage alarm was going off, and all the lights that were left on were flickering real low level. Like before, like when power takes it goes off in your house and it goes down real low before it finally goes out. Well, the power didn't go out, but it went way low like that and stayed that way. So I'm running around the house going, I grabbed my gun, not knowing what to do. I'm going to clear my house. I didn't know what was happening. I said, "Son, I don't know what's going on."
How old's your son in 2017?
He's 30 now. At the time, he was
22.
Excuse me?
22 or so?
Yeah, that's about right. And I said, "I don't know what's happening, son." And I grabbed my pistol and I went through my house. Everything was just super low level, and these alarms are going off, microwave and this refrigerator and stuff. I said, what the hell is going on here? And finally, the alarms quit, but the lights still stayed down low. Like I said, well, I guess I'll call Georgia Power when I get up. And he went and laid back down, and I just thought about it for a minute. I went and laid back down, and then at about 7:30, he knocks on my door and pops the door, and I'm sitting there, I'm asleep. And he wakes me up. He goes, Dad, Georgia Power's here. And I said, what? He said, Georgia Power's here. I said, I didn't call them. I said, it must be a big thing then if they're already out here and so forth. So I got dressed, not hurried up or anything. I knew they were out there. And they happened to be in front of my house. I live on an acre, a little over an acre. And my house sits in the middle of that acre and piles of trees, oaks and pines. And so I walked out there. I was off that day. I walked out there real quick, and I looked up and down the neighborhood like I was going to see something. And I asked there was a supervisor out there. And I said, I asked him, what's going on? He goes, you live here? And I said, yes, sir. I said, my name's Mario Woods. And he goes, how did this happen? I said, well, I don't know. I came to ask you that. And I said, how many other homes are affected? The whole neighborhood? And he looked at me, he goes, no. He said, just yours. I go, what do you mean just mine? I said, I had all these lights going out and, all these alarms going off. And he said, well, I got you fixed up now, and I've got pictures of it. So back by where my meter comes into my home, they had a dolly, and it had some type of a transformer on that dolly, and they patched it into my meter to form a third leg. One of the legs of my house went out. And he couldn't explain why. He said, man, you lit our boards up down here, downtown, like the 4th of July out here. He said, what were you doing? I said, I was sleeping. He goes, that is really strange. He says, so we'll have to come out and put another leg in your home so you don't have any electrical failures and what have you. We'll take care of all that. And it just left me with a big question. What the heck was that? What did I see on my wall and so forth? What was all that happening? And he's the one that explained low voltage alarms to me, and I didn't even know they existed.
I didn't either.
So it was, honestly, Matt, it was about 2.5 weeks later, and one of the kids that live in a neighborhood who's grown now and gone, but he came by. He was going to work about 4 o'clock in the morning. And when he saw when I was cutting my yard, he stopped and he goes, hey, Mr. Woods, how's it going? He'd been in my house plenty of times. Him and my son shot bow and arrows and BB guns and all that stuff together. He goes, what were all those lights in your backyard for? A couple of weeks ago. And I said, what are you talking about? And he goes, oh, yeah, man. He said, your yard was lit up like the 4th of July back there. And I came by to go to work. I said, tell me what you mean by that. I said, the spotlights on my house. You've been in my backyard. You've camped out back here before. And there's just some regular 150 watt bulbs, and in pairs of 2 around the corners of my home. He goes, oh, no. He said, these are like those big Hollywood lights. I laughed at him. I said, are you kidding me? He said, no, man. He said, I didn't know what was happening. I said, well, I appreciate you telling me that. And I didn't say any more about it. I don't know what exactly happened, but it was as if there was a hole in that wall created by whatever, and what interest, whatever happened in 77, what possible interest could there be in 2017 of me? I don't understand that. And that has really perplexed me. Of course, I called Robert Hastings right off the bat, and I sent pictures and stuff and told him everything that I just told you. And I've never gotten an answer to any of it. But that is the strangest thing that has happened since 1977, for real.
Incredible.
Yeah,
Incredible.
It was. And my mother passing away and seeing her apparition 3 days after her passing. So that was very incredible. And I'll send you the picture of the connection and the transformers and all that if you'd like me to.
Okay, yeah,
I've got it on
that.
my phone. I'll be happy to do that. But
please, thank you.
I don't know if anybody else has ever reported that, anything like that, but That blew my mind.
So the lights, how did he describe the lights in the backyard?
Like Hollywood searchlights.
But was he able to actually see, or did he just see that everything was lit up?
Just see that everything was lit up.
Okay.
He said your whole backyard was lit up.
So it could have been some other craft that came and
Could have very well been.
landed in your backyard or whatever.
Possibly. I mean, I went looking.
Yeah.
And it was weeks later. I didn't know anything other than that. I went out in my backyard looking around, you know.
Yeah.
I have found a silver dollar. I found a Morgan silver dollar back there. It used to be a KOA campground.
Huh.
And anyway,
So
found some things.
So this was December what?
17th,
December 17th of
2017.
2017.
right
And
before Christmas.
and so it was exactly 40 years after, 40 years and 1 month after.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the occurrence, the abduction experience occurred in November what?
Of 77.
What day in November?
We think the 18th.
The 18th.
Yes.
So what? I mean,
Could have been a different.
Yeah.
Could have been one day earlier.
so it could have been 40 years and exactly 1 month to the day. But either way, you're talking about.
I didn't even think of that, Matt. I really didn't. I didn't even put the two together like that.
Yeah,
But yeah, it could have very well been.
4 years, 30 days. There's that 432 again. Potentially.
Wow. My
Who
brain
knows?
can't wrap it.
There's something there, I'm sure. But that's incredible, man. It's incredible, and I appreciate you sharing that.
My
as well.
pleasure.
Yeah, it's
Thank
really
you.
cool. Really cool. Well, thanks for coming on, Mario. This has been a blast, brother.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I
Yeah,
really
me too.
did. And I love your set and everything that you're doing is fantastic.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. And
you.
yeah, you'll have to help maybe get me connected with a couple of your.
Yeah.
I'd love to talk to
I've got a few
couple
in
of those
mind.
guys. Yeah.
I'll throw that by you and
Yeah, cool.
see what you think.
And I want to help out. I got a couple of things to follow up with you potentially. So
Okay.
yeah, would love to. We'll stay in touch for sure, man.
Please.
This has been amazing, mind blowing. This is one of the coolest experiences in my life to talk with an actual.
I feel honored. Thank
yeah,
you.
Yeah. So really cool, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
Very much.
Yep. We'll wrap it up there.
All right, brother.
All right. Thank you, sir.
again.
Yep.
Mario Johnson's 1977 abduction experience is extraordinary. Mario is willing to testify under oath in front of Congress under risk of perjury if he's lying. His experience involves a giant sphere, telepathic communication, levitation, non-human intelligence, lost time, and a man named Michael Johnson who was with him for the entire experience. Verifying Michael's existence would take this case to a whole new level. So far, nobody's been able to find Michael Johnson or verify that he even existed. That is, until now. We located Mario's ex-wife, who he was married to at the time of this experience. Today, she lives about an hour away from me. Mario hasn't communicated with her in decades. She's someone who has every reason to distance herself from the story. And yet, without hesitation, she confirmed it to me. Michael Johnson was real. She remembers him. He came to their house. She met him and she spoke with him. This isn't just a detail. It's the first independent corroboration that a second person was involved in the abduction, and it adds tremendous credibility to Mario's story. What happened to Michael Johnson after that night in 1977? Michael wanted and even needed to talk about his experience when he came to Mario's house. Mario was able to keep it bottled up. Is that the reason that Mario's alive and talking about his experience today? Was Michael Johnson silenced? Was he eliminated? Was he erased? My team found 362 Michael Johnsons from Chicago between the ages of 69 and 70. We're going to attempt to narrow that down and find this guy, and I hope to have future updates on Michael. After spending a few days with Mario, I trust him. I'm convinced he's telling the truth. I'm absolutely and deeply moved by Mario's experience and by his courage for sharing that experience with the world. Again, if this story is true, this is a game changer. This is one of the biggest stories in human history. Please subscribe to Limitless and stay tuned for more updates on this story. Thanks, everybody.